slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert trader, Bull Barbie, today. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Barbie. How are you this morning?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
Good. I love your hat.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's looking so cute. Chat, how are you guys? Oh, Nick is out. Benjamin just asked, where is Nick? Nick is getting charged on the plane.
He's
heading
having some
home.
fun. He's having some fun.
Yeah, he'll be back tomorrow. Good afternoon, Denny, Magnus, Jamie. We love you too. Barbie, what are you thinking this morning regarding the charts?
Well, I know I tend to kind of lean a little bullish, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. Let me go. Let's see. I've got charts open everywhere. Let me make sure I'm going to a good one here. This is not it. Okay, this one. This is a good one. I like this one. So last night we kind of tested a key level. Well, let's start out with yesterday. This is a mess. I'm going to zoom in, so we're just looking at the part we need to look at. So yesterday we came down and I was watching this support around 63.75, and I was wondering if we were going to keep moving through that or if this was going to be finally the support that caught, and it did. I actually managed to get a piece of this, not the whole thing. I came to it a little bit late, but when we started coming out of the zone, I managed to get a little piece of this pump. But what's most interesting about it is we pumped right to, well, first we tested exactly to 64.25, and then we came back up and retested it, broke through, and that's now been tested back from the top side as support, and that's holding. So this is a really key level for the day, the 64.25. I know this chart's getting really messy. I should clean it up. I will, but today it's what we got. But this key level right here, the 64.25, as long as this holds, that's kind of a win for the bulls for me. And so we can kind of keep looking for those bull targets and to see if they can hold this pattern of higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Would need to stay above 64.25. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm kind of looking for. If the bulls can continue this move, the next kind of target that I look at for the next swing high would be around 64.68. And then really, I think the big meat of it is going to be if they can get over this this mess from the other day. We were watching, I didn't label this exactly right, but I was watching around the 64.90 level. And so that would be that next point. I think that that's a pretty good move for the day. Above that would probably be unusual and start triggering some squeeze type thing. So there's not a ton of room, but there's still plenty of room for us to kind of move up into yesterday, or not yesterday's, the Sunday, Monday price action. It's is a little bit different on NASDAQ. NASDAQ's made a little bit more of a push up, but I'm still hoping, because NASDAQ really likes to push, it can continue on that push. So that's what I'm kind of looking for on the bullish side. We could end up chopping, and what that would look like would be really not pushing through that the 64.80s up through 64.90, and just chopping inside of this zone and largely inside of the open from Sunday and Monday that we mostly missed in the US. So that would be the kind of choppiest scenario, is just staying kind of glued around, probably below the 64.70, but above the 64.30, somewhere in there, just chopping around. If the bears want to get in on this action, the main trigger that I see is losing the 64.25, just because that was so important yesterday. We had the test and the drop and then the push through, and now the support test. This is the key level on ES where the bulls might start getting concerned and the bears might start showing some extra strength. So I'm watching that one. The obvious target, 6400's there, but we've been really dipping below it to 63.90 a lot. And then the next target would be the low from yesterday, which is 63.71.75 and potentially lower. But right now, I think that this is just it's just leaning a little bit more bullish. It's the price action that we had is showing kind of this willingness to keep moving higher and pricing a little bit higher. So that's kind of what I'm looking at today. It's a little bit more of a buy the lows as long as we're over the 64.25.
It is an amazing reversal from yesterday's lows. Holy smokes. Chat, what are you guys thinking? Bull or bear today, or no trade? Barbie's looking at possible longs.
What are you looking at
Raphael,
today,
bull.
Terry?
I'm thinking possible longs too. Maybe we get a break on the 5-minute open on the long side. I am in. I'll jump in. Yeah, I don't know. It seems very bullish, that reversal from yesterday. So we'll see. And we're opening up very green. So possible, maybe it'll give some up at the open and we can get in at a better price. But yeah, if I see a break on the 5-minute on the long side, I will jump in. Corey, the phone trader, good morning. Good morning, Voltron. Tim Vesh, good morning, guys.
Method's bearish. He's looking at it as we did not continue the auction lower. So that is a possibility that we could run out and end up testing lower. But I'm seeing
Yeah.
I'm seeing it the other way. But yeah, I was kind of off yesterday too. But yeah, it is
Yeah.
today. Caught me.
Oh. So yesterday I ended the stream. I was doing so well, right? And I was like, oh, I'm going to go enjoy the day. And then I went and I was doing dishes. I was listening to Ash's segment, enjoying his show, doing the dishes. I don't know why. I went back to the screens and I totally degened you guys. And I lost my
Uh-oh.
pro account. I know.
No.
I know.
Terry, how many
Barbie.
times are you going to go through this pain?
I know, right? I must not be sick of it yet because I don't know. I thought I knew better. Yeah, I know, Denny. It is sad. So that account got smoked and I don't even know. I think I was just full porting. Someone asked me yesterday, like, what happened? How did that happen? Because it was over 5,000. And then I did, you guys, honestly, it did hit 7,000 in that account. And then and then just degenning behavior and full porting, honestly, full porting 5 contracts. I mean, that it doesn't take long. And that account got smoked. So rest in peace.
What's the plan now? Are you starting a new one?
Yeah. So here I will share this screen. So this is that was a pro account and that was the only account that I was trading, right? Because I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna size down a number of accounts and then just only trade one. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna treat this like a cash account. And I will tell you guys, like, that is an indication I am not ready to trade a cash account. Like, if I can below right at the height of the P&L, I mean, it wasn't closed out for the day or anything, but at the height of the P&L, it was 7,000. I'm not ready to trade a cash account. And that is the cold, hard truth. So I did buy 5 new core accounts and these are them right here. So we do have 2 that are passed and then we have 3 at 50%. So we're making our way. So I'll have 2 core funded accounts tomorrow and then we'll hopefully have 5. So I'm thinking the plan is to get 1 to pay out and then I can reinvest and then I can buy my lovely 150K pro account again. But yeah, I'm watching the expenses and the profits, right? Like, I don't want to go negative. So
have you watched which accounts you're buying? So this one was a pro. And
yeah.
I think you've done some scales before and now you're in a core.
Yep.
Do the different rules help you manage your prop trading at all?
That's a good question. So I have noticed that when I can have like unlimited payouts potentially, I like to just go like full port. I mean, I like to full port anyways, you guys, right? Like it's
Yeah.
fun when it works for you. And it sucks when it doesn't. It's a double-edged sword. But yeah, so like I have noticed on the accounts where there's unlimited potential to withdraw, I do tend to go like all in more often than like a core account, right? Where it's each payout on the 50K, I can request $1,000 out of the balance. And then it is 80-20 split. But with the core accounts, it's nice because I only need 5 trading days that are $100 or more.
Mhm.
So yeah, if I think about payout, I get in trouble. If I full port, it works, but when it doesn't, it sucks, and it's like boom or bust. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Barbie?
Well, I was just kind of curious because I was wondering if any of that keeps you a little bit under control. Maybe that can be part of your strategy. Not everyone offers different account types, and I've always said it's kind of a choose your own adventure. So maybe having the limits is good. I don't know. You,
Yeah,
you kind of have to adapt your strategies and your outlook on the market and the accounts that you're trading to your personality. So, I
right.
mean, we come from different places. I didn't start out in futures prop trading, and so I'm building on different experience. That's why this whole like concept of blowing accounts to me is actually kind of weird. But because if you blow an account, like you're out of money. Like, what do you do? Like, uh, fund a new account? Like that?
Yeah, that is.
That's a lot harder than buying a new eval, which is, what we're the whole game here. But
Yeah.
um, I think you protect that account a little bit more when it is your real money.
Hmm.
So I don't know if prop and live money is really the same. I see it as a different way of managing leverage. I don't really think that they are the same, and I trade them a little bit differently. That's why I tend to trade my live account first. Like that's my focus because that's where I'm like most comfortable. That's my comfort zone. But then I see the prop firms as a great way to add that leverage when I might be a little bit scared to size up myself, but then I can spread that out over some prop accounts and do a little bit more damage without as much stress. So,
Thanks,
but
Barbie.
you still have to think of it as real money because it,
Yeah.
it is real money that you spent on the eval, and
Hmm.
it is real money that you're trying to get to the payouts. And if you screw up at any point along the way, you lose that money, and then you lose all that time and effort, and that's what uh, is really hard on your confidence. So having that plan and those rules of how you're going to manage all your accounts really helps a lot.
Yeah, Raphael Trades says set the auto liquidation for a profit. That's a good idea. I've never tried that before. Do you do any of those, Barbie? Like the max profit or max loss?
I've never had to like lock myself out. I think for me, it, it's all about, I think that having that discipline and teaching that discipline is going to serve me more than learning how to lock myself out of an account. So it's always been my focus to really focus on the discipline itself. And that helps me manage all these different accounts too. A lot of my accounts, I'll go for $1,500 a day, and that's the max. And if I get that, great. If I have a trade that's still running and I can trail a runner or stop even, not a stop even, a stop loss that's in profits at that mark and let something keep going, I'm going to let it keep going. But that doesn't happen very often. So a lot of times I just look at, if I've gotten to that $1,500, that account's done. I can move on. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I've gotten $500, but it's a harder, kind of trickier day. So I still just want to be happy with that and move on. I just, the way I look at it is I started with 0 and now I've made $500 or $1,500 or $200 or whatever it is. The different amounts are big and small to different people, so I don't want to get fixated on that. But that's money I didn't have earlier, and it's money I won't have if I let myself go on that tilt. And so just making sure I have that discipline is absolutely at the core of my trading, and that way I don't need all the lockouts, but I do kind of mentally have that. But again, that goes back to my foundation kind of being in options trading, where placing a stop on a premium is a little bit tricky. You don't know exactly what the premium is going to be when an underlying gets to a key level that you're looking at, because it depends on time and some other things. So I've always been kind of watching and paying attention, and I had to train. I wasn't always good about it, but I had to train myself to be good about respecting those stops, even if they're not physically placed in the computer and I have to go exit manually. And so I think that all of that is just, it's really helped me develop the discipline. And we talk about that a lot. It's the number one skill in trading. That's it, it all comes down to it. Being done with your accounts, setting limits, all of that, it all comes down to discipline. Well, I am a 0 DTE type of girl. Thanks for asking. That's how I ended up in futures. Yeah, you have to, that's Pi, you're exactly onto it there. You have to take care of yourself, and there's a lot of different ways that you're taking care of yourself. You have to remember to sleep and eat and get away from the computer, but you also have to take care of training these essential skills to set yourself up for success, like trading.
Corey, the phone trader, says the only industry where I can become a millionaire and be broke at the same time. LOL.
Yep.
Ooh, the highs and the lows. Good morning, Emma. So we have 7 minutes until the market's going to open. Let's do a poll. Our chat's been really good at the analysis.
You're going to pull for,
bull
are
or
we going to go
bear?
yeah, are we going to bull or bear for open? Or I guess nothing, but that's an option. We'll see. And then, so you're ready for these core accounts today, right?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, they're all at 50% for the day. So let me see if I can
And
find
you
it.
know that you can get a paper account that's
I
just paper
know.
to
I need
screw
it.
around in.
I do. I need to get a Trade-Evate paper account. I don't know how I do that.
You just sign up. You just create an account.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, let me, because I do have an account with them. So let me see if I can log in.
You just log in with it. There you go.
Into my real account that I haven't been using. Let's see if I can pull it up. Good morning, Lisa. Okay,
Yeah,
simulation.
we do have some good account, some promos and things going that we've had on the bigger accounts, but Terry's working on one of the cores today. So
Yes, and it is 5% off using code YouTube. Oh, it's saying I have to pay for market data. Maybe because I haven't been using it. That's weird. Anyways, I'll figure it out. Yes, I need the sim account, the pure paper
I'll get you
account.
one somewhere.
That's not related to an eval or a sim funded.
That's part of how I protect my profits sometimes too. That's the kind of key thing, is protecting profits. First, you have to get them. That's hard enough. But then you also have to keep them. That's why this is not a 50-50 gambling game here.
Yeah. That is a goal. I was thinking about that. Like, can I just keep working on keeping a funded account for longer? Right? Like,
Terry,
just
do you want to know something crazy?
tell me.
I have my first funded account.
What?
It is still going. My very first one. My third one's gone, but the first one's still there.
That's so cool. It's like your baby. That's absolutely
It
amazing.
says account number 1. And that's just been because I took it real seriously. I didn't take it as this, oh, I can get $10,000 this week if I nail this right. I took
Yeah.
it as a really serious, I've been given the opportunity to have this for not very much, and I don't want to lose it.
Yes. Your risk management is like on point, and that is such, like, it's huge.
I do blow accounts, like, don't get me wrong, but like once I get to the funded, I'm real careful, and I want to keep it. I don't want to lose it. It goes back to that. I want to be able to work tomorrow. So if I screw everything up, I can't do my job tomorrow. And this really is my job, how I make money. So
Yeah.
I know it isn't for some people, it's just extra money. And so you have a little bit more leeway. But for me, my goal is to have this be my income now and long term. And in order to do that, I need the funding to do my job. It's a critical tool as a trader to have funding.
It's like having a drill and a hammer and saw if you're a carpenter. You have to have them. Jan says, I added cash to my personal account and it never went below the starting point and never had to add to it either. Money only has been taken out from it. That's
That's
awesome.
awesome.
Congratulations, Jan.
That's how I did my funded account, or my personal. It's not a cash account; it's a margin account. Like we say cash, but when you're in options, that means something else. But where I funded the money, and that was my whole goal was if I'm going to put $2,000 in here, I'm going to get $2,000 back. But I'd never want it to go below that 2,000, and I'm sure it did technically a little bit, but that's kind of been the general thing. Is that's the zero.
Mm-hmm. Lisa says, if you ever blow a funded and have to pay to refund it, that feels real, bro. Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes until the market is going to open. Barbie, how many accounts do you typically trade, like in one day, or what does
I
that
mean,
look like?
I don't hit them all in one day,
Yeah,
but some days I'll just trade one account, and some days I'll trade 10.
just
It depends
depends.
on the opportunity that the market's given. Uh, if I'm really struggling to find trades, I'll probably just trade one account, and it may not even be my regular self-funded account. But that's why I like to keep multiple funded accounts going too, is instead of copy trading to all of them at once and, making profit or blowing them all at once, I kind of rotate through them so I can keep them all moving, hopefully all in
Mhm.
the right direction. But that way, if I do, it helps my confidence too, because if I can get two accounts green for the day and one account is red, I'm not so fixated on that red account. I'm looking at the two green accounts like, hey, that's all right. Those ones are a lot closer to payout.
Hmm. Building confidence seems like it's key, like it helps. It's the positive things leads to more positive things. Okay, we have less than 1 minute until the market is going to open. And Magnus will be joining us today.
Yay. It's been one of those weeks where technology is like, or that was last week. My camera broke, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, technology.
It was just as I was coming onto the stream. It's fine. No pressure.
just minutes before. Good luck, everyone. Yes, W from Magnus. So
All right, here we
far,
go.
here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open. It is pushing down. Oh, making a little doji.
Well,
Well,
not going anywhere too quickly, huh?
no. It's feeling out the vibes.
I mean, I'm seeing buying, but I want to be real sure because, I don't want to
Mhm.
fuck up my accounts.
Pushing green. Yeah, the open, it's like in seconds it can change.
And I don't have VIX as my guide so much. It's kind of once everything settles down after the first 15 minutes or so is when it's a lot easier to see more clearly what's going on. But
It is
oh,
pushing towards VWAP.
it's a nasty candle on NASDAQ. Ooh, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, Meta, they're all having a rough moment.
Oh, I think Jay asked if we saw the news about Google. I did not.
I saw the Google had news. Okay, so they're ramping up AI chip competition with NVIDIA, according to the information. Google struck a deal to put TPUs in another cloud provider's facility for the first time, and in doing so, would leave less room in data centers for NVIDIA chips.
Hmm. Mr. Smith says Google court decision.
Okay, there's that one. Court ruling says that Google will not have to sell off Chrome or the Android operating system.
Hmm.
And they're down from the open, but okay. Thanks for sharing that news. Chat's always got our back.
I know. You guys are awesome. Market just testing VWAP here in NQ.
Pretty wild candles there.
Yeah. Does anyone just trade the open? Like you see it dumping, you just jump in, you sell, or it's buying and you just jump in and you buy? I'm so curious, chat. Does anyone do that? I've seen
Terry wants you to tell her how to do it.
Yes. I would love to know how to just trade the open, like literally like be done within like 10 minutes. Good morning, Ethan. Full port queen. Yes. Facts. I've seen streamers do it. There was a streamer that was a pretty big streamer, and I'm like, how is he doing this? Like he'd come on and he would watch like his charts, and then he would just like get in it, and it was like in seconds he'd make all his money for the day. And then he was like, all right, that's it, guys. And then he would end the stream. Dan trades the open quite a bit. Do you use like a set R&R, like risk reward, Dan? Zeph Side said, I don't do it often, but sometimes you can find a zone, and if it hits within the first minute and bounces, you can jump in.
I lost the comment because chat was moving kind of fast, but someone was also pointing out that is good entertainment value. And so sometimes those trades are more about the entertainment than the realistic trading. So I don't know what streamer or stream you're talking about, but that does happen. There sometimes we're putting on a show a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you later. You'll laugh.
It reminds you of those Christmas busters. Yeah, are y'all old enough to remember like seeing on the news the Black Fridays when before online shopping was so big and people were literally door busting and like stomping over grandmas and stuff to get a good deal on a TV. It is a little bit like that.
Yeah. It's very exciting though to watch. Oh, Novus says I risk 10 to 20 points for 50 to 100 points. Yeah, so your like R&R works likely. I've wondered about this. I know I've like legit wondered about this. Like if I have a really good R&R or good enough, can I just like, just enter? Like you see it, you just jump in.
You're trying to outsmart the market there, Terry?
I am, Barbie. I keep trying to do that.
Once
Yeah.
you are free from trying to outsmart the market and you can learn how it works, it is so much easier and less stressful.
Yeah. I need to stop doing the hard way. I have been doing the hard way. I was thinking about that, Barbie. I thought of you like after I lost the account. I'm like, man, I'm trying to do the hard way. Like, what the heck?
I literally, even if I have the charts up, like I am shut down mentally, but I've been there, and I still do this occasionally, but I'm pretty good about not entering into a new trade because I'll come in here when I'm getting ready to go to lunch, or I'm mentally moved on. I'm ready to go move on to the next step, and then I'm in a trade. And I'm like, why am I in this trade? This is a stupid trade. This is going to take forever if it works out. The R to R is not that good. Like, why am I in this trade? And that's happened so many times that it's like, what am I doing? If I want to, I mean, at this rate for this trade that I'm in, I mean, I might as well be flipping burgers or something. Not that there's anything wrong with flipping burgers, but it's not for me. And that's the way I look at it. Is if I'm going to do the most damage in the morning session, then that's where I need to focus my efforts. And the whole reason that we come to trading in the first place is because we can do a lot of damage in a little bit of time.
Yes.
So I don't want to lose sight of that and start doing other weird stuff.
Yeah, I shouldn't have gone back in, right? It was ridiculous. Nick is in the house. What up, Nick? Nick was chanting ICT, Barbie, while you were talking.
Yeah, I know.
ICT, ICT. I could hear him. Nick, are you on the plane? Oh, you're stuck in traffic.
He's getting shamed by MyFundedFutures. Get back to work. Yeah, there you go.
Denny says, got to get into the mindset of, oh, this is my full-time job. I literally only have to work maybe an hour or two a day. I get to enjoy my day and not have to do anything else. Yes. And I think the FOMO of feeling like, oh, I'm going to miss moves in the afternoon. It's like, I have to get rid of that thought, because that is what like can bring me back in. It's like, oh, like yesterday that we had such good volatility. And the reason why I went back in was because I'm like, I live for days like this. I'm like this is the type of days that I love. And so I was like, yeah, there should be more good moves, which there were, but I just, was degenning. Jumped right in front of a train.
You're not in a trade yet, Terry?
No, I'm not. I do have another eval.
Surely you'd be short by now.
Firm. I know. I like the longs on today. And
There we go.
maybe we get a full gap fill, but I don't know. I'm liking the longs today. So the 5-minute order people did get tagged in on the short side. Good luck if anyone's trading that.
Cruz is in multiple trades already this morning.
Who is?
Cruz.
Good luck. Mr. Delusional, longs today. But goddamn, when we gonna reverse?
But that was like the last two daily candles were red. That was your reversal. We get this every time. Every time. I swear. Let me show you something. Here's the daily chart. I have Keltner channels on there. You want to know why I have Keltner channels on there? We almost always, very rare exception, like tariff news exception, is the only reason we tend to go outside of these Keltner channels. All right. We had 2 red candles on the daily, right down to that Keltner. That was the pullback. We did the pullback. Pullback happened. If you didn't reload your SPY candles yesterday, or SPY candles, SPY calls yesterday, what were you doing? So,
wow,
that was the pullback, guys. You guys never appreciate you bears have to appreciate your pullbacks. I'm going to start getting on your case all the time when you're not appreciating your pullbacks when you get them.
And like in this market, it's not that often that we're getting those pullbacks, it seems like. Raphael says, I quit. Oh
no. No quitting.
Just breaks.
We all need breaks. I don't get enough breaks, at least not this year. Yeah, last year I was real good about taking breaks. But, in my position, everyone gives me shit if I take off for a few days. But it does happen, you guys. Yeah. Mr. Smith quits daily, gets right back in. That is some of us. Yeah, I think we've all been there. Yeah.
Yeah, I text I texted my boyfriend yesterday. I was like, I hate trading. Right after it, I was like, I hate trading. Ups and downs, guys, but we just, as long as we don't quit, then we can't fail. We have to fail forward.
I wasn't smiling about your fail forward. I was smiling at the chat, I swear. But so, okay, so what do you think the hard thing is about dating a trader?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think that's a good question. I'm gonna have to sleep on that. Think about it.
So you think you're really easy to get along with then, huh?
I am actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even when you're in degen mode.
Yeah. I'm like, I can't talk right now. Like, yeah, it's
Do you have to date another trader to understand, or can traders date outside the industry? What do you think?
yes, what do you guys think? So, it is really nice to be able to talk about things, and that's to talk about trading, your good day, your bad day without like explaining. Like you can say a few sentences and your partner completely understands. Like so that
So
is a
what happens if you have two traders together though? What if you both have a bad day?
and then you go get ice cream and pizza and beer. Billow says, my wife has no clue what I do and doesn't care. Yeah, that is nice too. I think there's pros and cons to everything, right? Barbie, your partner doesn't trade. Or does your partner trade? No.
No, and that got, like a long time ago when I was I was in real estate forever, and I talk about doing sales, but I also did development. I did actually some neighborhoods and some I built some homes and things. And he thought he was going to come join me and all that. And I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. If you have a stable job, you keep that stable job and you let me do the crazy thing. And I think I'm just attracted to high octane careers like that because here I am in trading, doing more high octane stuff. So it is really nice to have someone who can balance that out with boring vanilla corporate life.
Yeah. For people who don't know, Barbie has raced cars, played semi-pro soccer, and yeah, real estate and trading business too. Like you have a whole business, multiple things. Good morning,
Kind of by
Ash.
accident, but it's happening, I guess.
Woo. Magnus! Magnus is here. Magnus is in the
There
house.
he is. Gigamag.
Apologies for that. We had some issues setting up the stream today, so that's why it looked so cooked when I just transitioned. Because StreamYard, it does some funky stuff sometimes. How are you, Terry and Barbie? How are you today?
Good.
The important thing is you made it.
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you. It's nice to be on here again. Though it is a little bit depressing, because you are talking about your partners and oh, my boyfriend does this, and I'm the only single one here. It kind of sucks. Chat, is anyone else single apart from me? I have Ash in the chat, and even Ash, he's talking about his wife. This is very depressing, guys.
Okay, well then we need to take applications. Who wants to date our very own Gigamag?
Oh my God.
Applications.
It won't be long, Magnus. You're not going to be single for long at all.
Thank you.
That would be so fun though if Barbie and I could like screen all the applicants and pick the best dates for you.
I was watching Hunter in our Discord, making sure he got a good one. And he's had some. We were making sure he got a good one this time.
Mm-hmm. How's your trading going, Magnus? You're like a crazy good trader, like insane. Absolutely amazing. You're so good. So Magnus shared his P&L for the month, and there was only one red day, and it was all so controlled, like 1 to 2 trades a day, and that red day was like a nothing burger.
Well, it's 6 years of experience. I think it's right about 6 years on this day, actually. So trust me when I say I've had my fair share of pain. Right now, I'm not trading because I saw Trump was gonna make some tariff announcement or something like this. So I'm not trading on because I have quite a few accounts. I'm only trading on the MyFundedFutures account right now, and I am not live yet. I will be. The issue is that I like taking payouts. I can show you. This is I took a screenshot here, but I don't want to share too much, so this is why I have a screenshot. So these 3 or these 5 here, these are actually sim fundeds, and I will take a payout. This qualifies for a winning day, so I will take a payout from them today, and then I'm working on these evals in the meantime. This one is fresh. These, I think, I passed 2 today. But I do blow the evals because I go pretty aggressive on them. But I'm fine with that because it saves me time. But when it comes to like regular trading, this is how I trade. Like I literally risk the bare minimum. I risk $100 if it's a 50K account. I don't care. So, but it's going great. Honestly, I've had a great month. Generally speaking, I do very well on summer months. So it's June, July, August. I do very well. But when it's December, January, February, you won't hear from me. I'm very sad because every single year, I get smoked these months. But summers, I do very well. So
I tend to be slower over the summer. That's why I thought that was interesting. I usually do pretty well in the spring, and then usually a little Santa rally action.
Yeah, so I see Denny in the chat. He asked me about my buffer. I think he's referring to because how should I say this? Because the core account, it has I think you can withdraw 1,000 and the buffer is 100, so it's like 100, right? But look, I have been in this game for so long. I don't really care. I'm not gonna be greedy about it. All right. If I can get cash, I will take it out. Like I secure profits and I pay myself. Because before I'd worked here, I was a full-time trader, and I still am. So for me, it's as Ash says. He always says this. He says, if your revenue exceeds your expenses, then you're a profitable trader. So for me, I am not even at the 1,000 threshold on these core accounts. I literally took 5 trades. I did one them all. All right, so I have 5 winning days, and I think I'm at like 650 in profit on each. So that is that when you lose the buffer, you are only at 550 because it deducts minus 100. I have these arrows, so it looks a little funky. So I'm only at 550 on 5 accounts. And then if you take the profit split, then I'm at like 400 or something. But 400 times 5, it's still $2,000 in 5 days. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. And I'll need to replace them with a new set, though. I do want to go live. The issue is that MyFundedFutures has such a good system to take payouts. That's my only issue. But I do like scaling trades for a long time. I like compounding.
So good. I did go live with MyFundedFutures before because I had a starter. I think it was a starter account, and I traded it for like 60 days in the sim funded, and which is like incredible for me. I mean, I lose funded in like a week, sometimes in a day, and it hits the 30 days, right? The 30 winning days, and then you're transferred to live. For me, I wasn't ready to go live. I thought I was, right? And so I went to live with one account. I will say, if I could do it all over again, I would want like all spots filled to go live, because then your live account is bigger. So that is something to think about for people who are thinking about going live, like to have as much money as you can in that live account. I think is helpful. But
I think I need to share this because I think there's a lot of people who don't know. With the revamped live rules, or what's it called, revamped plans, let's say I want to show you something. This is for chat, because I don't think many realize how good the core accounts are. They are very, very good. So if you manage to go live on core accounts, 5 core accounts, all right, Each core account will be a static 2,500 drawdown, or like a 2,500 live account. You get this per account, per core account you go live with. So this is potentially $12,500 you go live with, all right? But many don't know this, but after 20 winning days in the live, you are actually able to withdraw this 12,500 if you wish. All right, this is not locked forever. So you are able to withdraw after split, so 80% times 12,500, you are able to withdraw all of that as well. So even if you go live with 5 core accounts, let's say you go live with 5 core accounts, and at the time you have 30 winning days, let's say your balance is 1,200, the balance gets topped up to 2,500 automatically. You basically double your profit or your account for free, which you get to withdraw after 20 winning days in the live account as well. Many don't know this, but you can actually withdraw this. It's very good if you want to. Now, obviously, live is a very good, like you make profit, you withdraw. You make profit, you withdraw. There's no rush leaving it. You can look at Ash Trades. He is doing phenomenal job in the live. He is compounding. I think he has pulled like, I don't even know, 200% in the live or something. But many don't know this, that you can actually withdraw the amount you go live with as well.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that, Magnus.
You're very welcome, Terry.
Okay, so keep trading the core accounts then. Use code YouTube to get 5% off. Every time you use our code, you will get the best discount, and it does help to support the channel.
Chat, please. Ask me any questions, because I'm not always on here. Ask me any questions you have, and I'll be happy to answer it. In the meantime, I'll see. Barbie, are you in any trades right now? I've been talking for so much.
Well, I have the orb going on, but I saw a good one. Helpful was wondering what is the best account to go live with. I think that probably depends, but what do you think?
It depends. I mean, it depends on your trading style. If you're a guy who, or a girl who trades like swings for the fences, so to speak, then pro accounts might be your play. All right. But for someone like me who goes for base hits, literally the bare minimum every single time, but has many accounts, I love the core accounts. Like, that's my bread and butter. Oh, scale account is good as well, but it's just core accounts are cheaper. I don't take any free codes or anything like that. I buy all my accounts and all my resets, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I prefer the core accounts for that reason. They're cheaper. But if you swing for the fences, then pro accounts are better.
Yeah, Jan loves the 150K pro accounts, but it's also the hardest. With the pro accounts, can you transfer in like a ton of money? I was kind of confused about that. Like transfer into live. Like let's say you run up a pro account to like 50K. Can you transfer in all 50K into a live if you wanted to?
Yeah. So all these conditions will be discussed by the risk team when you're actually in that position. But yes, you can transfer quite a bit live. That's correct.
Good morning, Pine Tree Trader in the house.
I guess kind of the quick answer to that is like the pros are the hardest, but can potentially be the most rewarding if you're a big hit trader. And then the cores and the scales are good more for the base hitters.
Yes, exactly. That's how I see it as well. So, and I want to show something, because this is, I know I'm not always on the stream. This is something I really want to show chat. So I'm gonna get back to drawing again. You see, I don't look at the chart right now because we have news in 5 minutes, and I don't trade before the news, so I'm not really interested. On evals, sure, I might, but right now I'm not able to concentrate on that. So, by the way, Terry, Barbie, Nick, everyone who is a host here, I don't know how they do it, but it's difficult to speak and engage with chat and trade at the same time. I can't do that. Maybe it's I don't know. I can't multitask like that. Anyways, I want to show you this. This is something because I have helped quite a few people trading. I don't call myself a mentor. I don't sell anything or anything like that, but I do share with like my experience with others. And this is something I think is really interesting. And
I thought this was going someplace different for a second there.
No, Barbie, nothing like this. All right. So this is the way I view trading. All right. This is a week. All right. This is different days on the week. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And the way I view this is that every single day if it's a tradable day. If it's like a bank holiday, I'm not trading that. But every single day you have one shot, all right? And I always go for a 1-to-1. This, Terry, you asked me like, how am I so consistent? It's because I do this over and over again. And the way I do this is I have one shot every single day. And the day will either, it will end green if I win the one shot. If I make 1 R, it will end green. If I lose, it will end red. If I don't take a trade, I just scratch it, all right? So for example, Monday, bank holiday, I scratch it. Today, I haven't taken a trade. So if I take a trade, this will be either green or it will be red. And as long as these add up, like in total, to agree, because I can either go -4R this week or +4R at this point. If I win this becomes green, this becomes green, and this becomes green. Even if I trade this and it becomes red, I'm still +2R for this week. And then if you win the days, then you win the weeks, then you win the months, and so on. So I just do this over and over again. And I don't need to trade every single day. I don't need to trade Thursday if I don't, for some reason I don't want to, or I don't find a trade. Then maybe I win this, and I win this, and I lose this. Well, I'm still up +1R for the week, right? But I don't trade that often, maybe 2 to 3 times a week generally. If it's eval, I'll be completely honest, I do full port them. But that's just because it saves me time. At some point, you want to save time instead of money, because it becomes more efficient for you to actually to get through that quickly.
It's like if you make $300 an hour, and so it's more efficient to hire someone to mow your lawn than for you to mow it if you don't enjoy mowing your lawn. Yeah. Someone asked about your trading strategy, Magnus. I know you've gone over it for us before. Can you briefly go over it again for us, please?
Do you really want to see it again? It's not that interesting. It's kind of
Yes.
boring, I think.
Yes, we want to see it.
I need to get rid of my drawings. So let me also get rid of this. So if I was trading today, I'm fine with not trading, by the way. I don't get FOMO or greed or anything like that. I did get really bad like a few years ago, but I don't do that. I don't get that anymore because, well, maybe I'm getting old. I don't know. So I always start at the daily chart, and I always look at 2 key levels. So I know that there is, from experience, I know that usually every single day it will draw towards one side to the upside or one side to the downside. And today I was looking at this swing low. It's the next target, because swing lows, FVGs, or whatever you want to call them, those are my targets usually. This is a swing low. I target that. And for this, you can say that this is the swing high or whatever, but this is actually also a previous week high. I know that there's a lot of liquidity there. That's basically what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people who have their swing stops or whatever. One of the sides they are going to lose. So I start, this is how if I would trade today, this is how I would do it. I mark these 2. Then I go to the 1-hour chart and I look at the market structure. Is this bullish or is it bearish? All right. And for that, I determine it. Well, there are many ways to determine it. It's kind of discretionary, but you can look at these gaps, for example, they are not holding. Or you can look at, for me, this is bullish right now, but it's kind of starting to look bearish. But this is not a clear price action I want to be engaged in. I want to be engaged in when it's like clearly going down or clearly going up. That's my kind of thing. So for now, if I had to choose, I would say this is still bullish. If I have to choose, gun to my head, this is bullish. Therefore, I will be looking for this price to reach this level. I know it's most likely not going to reach that today, but I don't need that. I only need it to gravitate towards one level. So that's what I would be looking for. Then I drop to the 5-minute, and the only thing I do is I look at where people have their stops. People have their stops. I know they have their stops below these kind of swing points or whatever you want to call them, like this. I know some people had their stop losses here and they lost. Okay. And but I did not get my pattern or whatever you want to call it, because this is something many of you who have looked at Ash trades. We also have news, by the way, right now. So be careful.
Just came out.
I like trading breakers. Okay. And what is a breaker? A breaker, now, if you know ICT, you can determine what a breaker is. You can explain it. But really what it is, it's just a break and retest. All right. This was support, resistant. It turns support and so on. But that's a breaker. That's what I'm looking for. So at this point, you can see it's pumping. It's nearly a breaker, but this is actually not a breaker. For those who are good at ICT, they know this is a mitigation block, which basically just means it hasn't taken out this low yet. And that means for my logic, it means that there are people who have their stops below this low. They haven't lost yet. If they haven't lost yet, it's dangerous for me to engage. Because remember, I'm only looking at long side now. So if we saw some kind of push back down like this, that's what I want to be engaged in then. Something like that. And this is very similar now to Ash, but just I have a different way of coming to the conclusion. And also, there's a pretty clear target here. I think if Nick was around, I think he would be looking at this right here. These are very clear. This is not a signal, by the way, but I know there are people who have their short stops here, maybe even someone in chat. And then, unfortunately, I would be one of them who targets these people. And that's it. That's if I would trade this, but I don't trade it. But that's it. I determine the direction where I think price is going, and then I wait for people with the same idea as me to lose first, and then I jump in. So it's a little bit like a rat strategy, but it's safe and it works. I like it. And then I just go for a one-to-one. It's like a coin flip. If I can be better than a coin flip, which is not very difficult, then I will be profitable over time.
Thanks, Magnus. You make trading sound so simple.
Oh, it's not simple. It's, well, it becomes much easier, but you know, you need to find your own way how you want to do things. This is not going to match for everyone, but for me it works. But for many, it probably won't click. And then you can't force a strategy. You kind of just, it has to be something you can trust yourself with many thousands of dollars with. Because I can trust this, because I feel like this is something I came up with mostly. The logic is there. I know if I put a trade, $5,000 on this trade, I know it made sense. If I do it over and over again, I will get paid. But I don't trust just a pattern for a pattern's sake, like, oh, this is a fair value gap or something like that. No, there has to be some logic to it. That's how I view it.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real, spin the wheel.
50 free resets, guys. 50 of them. Order block 50. Let us know if you got one.
TV, the crowds in line, dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh, lights are flashing, prizes rain. Hope is calling out.
Dragon got it. Let's go.
It's your big
Alec got one.
giveaway. Fever's here to stay.
Squish got one. Thank you, MyFundedFutures.
Thank you. That was actually Denny dropping it. So throw some W's for Denny. I think he has to go, and he has some kind of appointment with his daughter. He has 3 daughters, so he's gonna be away now as well. And Abhishek, people asking for Abhishek in the chat. He's getting married, so congratulations, and he will be back next week.
Congratulations to Bishak. Can't wait to see some pictures.
Yeah, he said he was gonna share some pictures, but we'll see.
We'll hit him up.
So it
Frank?
looks like price is gravitating towards those equal highs. I see, Terry. Are you in a trade? You're in a trade.
Yeah,
Right?
so
Long.
just got tagged in. This is an eval. Yes, so we will see what happens. This is the 5-minute orb trade. I wanted to break on the buy side because I am bull biased today. I'm going to put my stop right below this 5-minute candle, and we are going for about 1-to-1. Oh, I just realized this isn't a mini. I meant to go in with a micro. That's okay. It's an eval. Let's see what happens.
Terry, I saw when you talked about losing the pro account, I saw some people in the chat who were like, oh, I can't believe she did this or something like
I
that.
know.
But guys, there is no way. Like, tell me you haven't blown accounts before. I have blown accounts. I blew an account today. It was an eval. It happens, and we learn from it. But don't try to act like you're any better, because we all blow accounts. If you haven't blown an account, I think you're lying. I don't think there's anyone, maybe like 0.5% in the chat who hasn't blown an account.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why we were
the truth.
focusing on what you do next. So the questions I was asking Terry are, what are we doing next? Because we're always, you move past it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is this happens a lot in the stream, because I look at the chat and I chat with people. There are people, common chatters, who come to the stream and they say, they need someone to vent to or something. They tell me, oh, they lost their accounts or they went on tilt. It happens every single day. And I always tell them that, okay, you might have lost today, all right? But in the long run, if you learn from it, which you will either after, well, deciding you want to learn from it, or it just happens through time. I was an idiot, so it took me a long time. It took me like 3 or 4 years to stop being bad. In the long run, it will pay you dividends. So this is a lesson, but it will pay you dividends in the future, because how are you going to keep, let's say 10 accounts or a bigger account if you haven't done these mistakes? So you are able to keep those accounts once you get there. You need to.
Yes.
So it's all a matter of perspective, and it's not like people are beating themselves up, but everyone goes through this, and it sucks. But in the long run, it's worth it.
Yes. On the other side, I love that, paying dividends. It's part of the journey that almost every single trader goes through.
What do you think, Barbie? I know you always keep it real. I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, that's why I was kind of interjecting there. Blowing accounts is kind of part of prop trading. I think I manage my accounts kind of similarly to you, where I'll push the evals kind of hard. I don't mind blowing an eval. I did it first, but you start blowing them and you get desensitized to it a little bit. But I'm real protective over my live account, so I like doing the more base hits there. But that's part of being a prop trader. Part of it is being is having losses and being able to deal with it. That's part of the training that we're here for. You have to learn how to deal with that kind of stuff in order to get through to the other side. We all want to be the big guys at some point, and you have to work through these things. And part of that is giving yourself grace when you need to. Every single one of us who presents up here has blown accounts. Every single one of us has blown evals. Every single one of us has blown live accounts. I was telling you I had my first one. I do protect that one. I've not kept all of my live accounts, but it is kind of part of the game. And I talked on my stream yesterday about how it's really important. Like, my goal right now is to make sure that I'm staying in my lane and focusing on my trades and not what everyone else is doing and what everyone else wants me to do or expects me to do. And we all have to do that to some extent. It doesn't matter what Bob in chat is trading. If he's long or short right now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for our trading at all. So it's really important to focus on what you're doing and give yourself grace and allow everything to come together.
Isn't it wonderful, Terry, when Barbie speaks? He always keeps it very real. I love it. It's all pure facts. It's just experience. She knows what she's talking about. It's wonderful.
Definitely. Yeah. Voltron says, yes, solid advice.
You have to know the people. We don't take the people in the chat that are ragging on everybody super seriously, because we've been around this long enough to know that the profitable traders don't act like that. So
facts. This is facts. Yeah. If you're making money, you're not going to go into chats and say, oh, this is so easy. How come this is so hard for you? You're not going to troll people, right? It's just, that's not what profitable traders do. If you're making money, you're very secure in your game. You're not putting people down. I think we need to just constantly lift each other up. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. I saw someone in the chat asking, do you mostly trade indices or also Forex? So I only trade NASDAQ, but I have traded Forex before. It was a long time ago. It was like 2020 or something. And then I traded.
You're recovered.
Well, yes. I mean,
Forex trader.
Well, yes, I guess so. But I didn't trade with very heavy size. But I do have some trauma from trading Bitcoin. I do. I traded Bitcoin for many years, and that's how I learned trading, really. It's a whole different type of market. So for me, NASDAQ, I always say this, NASDAQ feels quite calm, actually, to me. People say it's volatile, but for me, I think it's pretty chill. It's relaxing. But
Bitcoin was actually, that was the first thing I was day trading too, just because of the cost and the ease. It was easier to do Bitcoin as a day trader. I didn't know about futures and stuff at the time, but we didn't have prop firms anyway. So I was playing little spreads and stuff on Bitcoin, but I was trading it before most of y'all. I was trading when it was under $10,000.
I was also
very different then.
But not trading.
It was a lot slower then So like it was more swing trading, but I would just have my limit orders sitting there trying to build my position.
Yeah, it's been a crazy ride, but it hasn't. I always say this in chat as well. It hasn't been easy for me either, but it's not like I'm in any way special. I'm not. There are many people in the chat right now who are struggling to learn this stuff, and they may not be in a good position for whatever reason. If it's anything like me, it will be mostly financial, but it could be something else as well. And just know that you have to keep going and be persistent. And everyone who tries this, I have many friends in real life who have even taught or helped learn trading successfully, and all of them have told me like they didn't realize how difficult it would be, and how the mental aspect of it, how bad they would feel mentally for some time when they were trying to learn it. And that's a huge aspect. And
it is important to remember when you see people up here talking that we've all been through the really hard parts too. It wasn't just easy for us. That's not why we're here.
Facts. Yeah, I think every successful trader has gone through those dips and hard times and difficulties. Like every successful trader we've had on our show is like, gosh, you guys and gals are so tough, because if you can go through those losses and the massive emotional roller coasters, like as you're learning and developing, you are hard as nails.
Exactly.
Yeah. Victor Hernandez says, got to be like Leo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not effing leaving. Let's go. So it looks like the orb trade might not work. I took the reversal. So the shorts got tagged in and lost on the 5-minute orb trade. And then it looks like the longs, the reversal of it, we might lose. This is an eval, so it's okay. Rest in peace, Terry's eval. Exactly. Likely.
Yeah, well, evals, they don't matter as much. I think this is also another thing. I like taking on risk on fresh evals if they don't have consistency rules or anything generally, because when you pass an eval the first time, you have to realize that prop firms, they have restrictions both to well, obviously it has to be a profitable business, but also to protect you in ways. But there are also ways that you can turn those restrictions or whatever is not a restriction into a pro. Essentially, if you don't have a consistency rule and you pass a fresh account, all right, let's say you pass a 50K core account and you have 2,000 in drawdown. Now, I don't say you should do this, but you could. Technically, you don't have a consistency rule. The drawdown you have is not real money yet. You can risk 2,000 to make whatever amount at this point because you don't have a consistency rule. You might lose the account, but in reality, you only lose what you paid for the challenge, and your upside is huge. All right. But at that point, look, Terry, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's very wise to go risk on with accounts that you have made profit on. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fresh account, which doesn't have a drawdown, or does have the drawdown, but it's not real profits yet. That's when you can go heavy with the risk. Then you got to be increasingly, increasingly careful to not blow or to not take losses. That's what I think. And I think chat needs to realize that too. There are many in the chat who don't think about it that way. All right. And there are many people, like when you do these kinds of stuff, you take, I think it's called asymmetric risk. I have people who tell me that I don't trade correctly. All right.
A lot too. Like, what is correctly?
That's hilarious because your P&L is like insane. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, so they tell me you don't trade correct, but look, the money in the bank account doesn't care about that, and the profits are still real. Like if I trade a lower risk reward than 1-to-1, I mean, and you try some 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, we will see who has made more in a year from now or who's still around. All right. There are many ways to skin this cat. So never judge another trader's way of doing things. All right.
That always cracks me up too. Like, you don't do that right. Like, what do you mean I don't do it right? Does it make money? Okay.
Yeah. That's how it is. And especially in props, it's a whole different experience. I'm sure you agree, Bull Barbie. Trading personal from props, it's a different game. It doesn't really
Yeah,
work the
but
same
I
way.
think that the trading my personal account has really helped me manage the funded accounts because I don't blow very many of them. It's only been a few. I really protect those really carefully. But after losing a few evals, I stopped caring about them. So I kind of have the same deal where I don't take them as seriously. But I do think it's important when you first start coming into the prop space to take those evals seriously, like they're your funded account, so you can kind of see what it's like to trade within all of those rules and everything, get the hang of it, and then graduate to smash or pass, as we usually do. But I pointed this out before. There's kind of a few different stages. When you're a little baby beginner trader, it's really great to just stay really consistent and try to take those base hits and keep that eval alive. Once you start moving into the next phase where you're able to pass evals, at least within the month, you don't have to do it all in a couple days, but when you start being able to pass evals and then get live accounts, you're kind of in that new stage where you can be a little bit more aggressive in the evals because you have the live accounts where you can put your more sensible trades in. And then you kind of graduate to where you have multiple live accounts and you get even more risky with those evals, but you're still managing your live accounts, your funded accounts, more like live accounts, whether they're sim funded or live funded. When was the last time I blew a funded? I don't know.
I think he's asking me when I blew a funded.
Well, somebody tagged me.
Oh, I think they tagged me as well. For me, I mean, I think it was a couple of months ago or something, and this was exactly for that reason where I pass and then I take on more risk. It's not that I've been trading it for a while and then take on unnecessary risk. Now everything is calculated for me at this point. It didn't used to be like that, but now it is. So maybe a couple.
I think it was like beginning of summer. I lost one.
How did you?
But it kind of gets to that. It kind of gets to that point where it's like if your drawdown, if you do kind of screw up in a funded account and your drawdown gets kind of low, it gets to that point where you might kind of YOLO it a little bit. That's kind of what I did. But what were you asking, Terry?
Oh, Magnus, how did you make that transition from it being kind of all over the place with your trading to being so consistent?
Yes, very good question, Terry. So I always tell people who are in the cycle of blowing accounts, then pass some and make some money and blow accounts, and they are still like break even or slightly below break even. The biggest tip is to slow down. You need not trade every single day. You don't need to trade a lot every single day. Because I've said this before, in our real lives, we get paid for the amount of effort and time we put into something, and we get paid like an hourly wage or something. Or bonuses, but in trading it doesn't work like that. You get paid for your patience and to make good decisions. That's it. Slow down and try trading less. Try trading 1 time a day maximum. Try trading 1 time a day, and let's see, without full porting, you're not allowed to full port. Let's see how hard it becomes for you to blow the account, because the harder you make it to lose, the easier it becomes to win. That's the truth.
Whoa.
And another thing I want to mention, because I am just dumping all kinds of thoughts I've had. And
we love it. Do it. Take a dump all over us. Just kidding.
my time is ticking, so we'll have Tom on soon as well. This is something I want to talk about as well. I will share I don't know if what's it called, if my screen is gonna help here, but I'll just have it as a background then. So I'll try to visually show something. So this, by the way, this would have been a decent trade right here. That I like that. You see the breaker? I think I had it on the drawing as well. You can see that. I had the breaker drawn out. Well, if you draw it from the body, this is kind of extended, but that's essentially what happened. It pushed up. Now it took this, so it's not as good, but it's still bullish for me. I'm still looking for these targets up here. So this was a good trade. I like this. It looks nice. But what I was going to talk about is, if this is a chart of your P&L, okay, and I want to show you something which is very interesting, because us humans, we have not traded for that long, like at all, especially electronic trading. We haven't evolved in such a way that we are able to understand how to trade properly. And this is usually what happens. Let's say you start trading and you make some profits, all right? and you start making more and more profits, many traders, they actually decrease the risk. They decrease the risk when they are doing well. All right, they decrease the risk because they are scared to lose this profit. Okay? They're scared to lose this profit. But in fact, this is a perfect opportunity to actually parlay your risk and compound and use those winners as like a buffer or something to make more. But on the opposite, on the flip side, when it starts going bad, as humans, most of us start wanting to make it back. We want to make it back quickly, so we increase our risk when it's going bad, and this actually leads to deeper drawdowns. So what we should do is, when it's going good, we should push the gas pedal a little bit, and when it's going bad, we should decrease our risk, like cut it down, because this slows down the drawdown periods and it allows you to recover instead of increasing your risk, which is going to speed up the velocity, and it's going to lead to a blown account if you're not careful.
So don't just keep adding contracts if you're losing in a losing trade.
Yes, exactly, Terry. Exactly. Yeah. And this is very interesting, because as humans, we don't think like that. We think we want to make it back quickly, and when it's going well, we want to decrease the risk when we can actually increase the risk. So it's actually completely paradoxical, and we need to realize this and actually be logical with it.
It's almost like retraining our brains to thinking the opposite.
Literally retraining your brain.
Yeah, in many cases, I would say it's like that. Yeah.
Pi says, "Damn the evolution." Yeah, it's the trying to hold on to winners longer and then cutting the losses faster.
Exactly. That's but it's all a learning process. Like this type of thinking, it takes a while to evolve. Like you can't develop. You have to develop a certain type of a certain mind frame, and it's going to take some time. So you can't really rush it. It takes time. Either you have to look at it mathematically, or you have to just go through the pain, and it's going to take some time.
I like to think of it as like playing a sport, like learning how to play basketball. You can't just read a book and then become a professional basketball player. Like it's through actual doing and time again. Like you think of these professional basketball players, like how many times have they played and how many times have they touched a basketball, right? Like it's endless, and in order to be like the best of the best. So we can't read a book and become a world great trader and the top 1%, and we can't listen to a podcast and become so amazing like overnight. It is like that experience.
And this is a very good point, Terry. Thank you for bringing it up. It's another point I want to address here. Many people, they're like, oh, I struggle with psychology. This is what they tell me. I struggle with psychology. And what if I read these books? What if I read Trading in the Zone? Best Loser Wins. Good books, all right? Very good books. But you can't learn psychology by reading books. Like, it can improve your understanding of it. But at the end of the day, you need to make the choice. You need to realize that something is working and something isn't working. And you need to decide, stop doing stuff which is not helping you. It won't go away by you reading books. It won't. You have to do it. You have to make the decision to be disciplined, to do things correct, to follow your plan, the plan which you made when you were in a rational state of mind. Because when we enter the charts, we are not necessarily in a rational state of mind anymore. And then we make new plans, and then we deviate from the original plan, and then stuff goes very bad. So I want to use some words which is not really family friendly, so I can't really put it in a way that I want to. But what I want to say is, you need to, when it comes to psychology, it's, you can, like that, you can become a good trader. You can have a trader's psychology just like that by deciding you want to be that. You don't need to read books for that. It's mostly just you get these fake dopamine hits where it feels like you are progressing. It feels like you are making some things to improve your trading, but in reality, you just procrastinate. You're not wasting time, but you are prolonging or focusing on stuff which is not helping you. You need to do stuff. You need to actively work and learn, like by doing. That's the way you're gonna do it. What do you think, Barbie?
I think this is one of the best sessions we've had, and you can come on anytime.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But we
I
need Nick as
agree.
well.
I
We need Nick.
agree.
I saw
Dropping some heat for us.
I saw Nick in the chat earlier. I'm sure many of you saw. It's what
He
can I
can't stay
say?
away.
No, he can't. He's addicted.
He is. He's addicted to us. Market is pumping. It looks like it's wanting to make new highs, or it just made new highs. The new high of the day is 472. Let's go. My TP is at 481. Barbie, you must be tagged in the 15-minute orb.
Yeah, I'm long also anyway. From 64.40. Technically 42. But
Let's go.
I don't have that one up because it's in a different account. But yeah, it's. I already took some off at the swing high. Well, a few ticks below it. And so now I'm trailed to break even from around 42 down here, and we chilling. I would really love to see 64.80.
Bulls, go Bulls.
I don't know if we got that kind of power, but it would be fun. Oh, I do have the orb trades. I can put those on. Oh, it's like, why is it not going? So that's the NASDAQ orb. And then, oh, it's not in ES. We're just long NAS.
How often does this orb trade occur for you, like in a week? I see you trade it pretty often. Is it like
It's every day.
Yeah, but do you take a trade every day, like with this strategy?
I designed this trade for this stream so that I could have something to show every day, even when I don't have a good discretionary trade. So I'll take it up to 3 times. So
in a day, or in a week?
Yep.
In a day.
In a day.
All
This
right.
is designed to be fast. Y'all want action? I got you action.
Barbie's got our back for the stream. It wins a lot, and then how you trail prevents like a lot of losses too.
Yeah, I trail my discretionary trades too. So that, like I told you, I took profits on the ES trade I'm in, and so I immediately trailed to break even. So my my trade's covered now. I don't have to stress, and I don't like to stress. So that's the plan.
Yes, if people don't know, on Bull Barbie's channel, there is a whole playlist about the 15-minute orb that she has.
Yes, and I do have more videos coming. I've been working with some other people too, so we can get there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. So that's what I've been kind of exploring lately. We'll get to talk about that.
So I also want to mention something before we transition to Ash. I want to mention that I can't spill too many details, chat, but we are working on something very interesting for September, and I think you will like it. You will like it. It's the 50K special. So because it looks like we are hitting 50K very soon. So we are working on something every single day, and rest assured we will deliver. So with that, I think we can move on to Ash's segment. Ash is someone I really appreciate listening to. He has taught me a lot of stuff, and yeah, I just love his segments, honestly, because his way of thinking has influenced me a lot. So
thank you, Magnus, for joining us this morning. This is like such a great morning. Please come on often with us. We love you. Everyone loves having you on.
Thank you, Terry. It's wonderful hearing, and it was awesome having to be on here with you and Barbie today as well. I love it. So
Barbie, last minute thoughts before you head out for the day?
Well, I can't top anything that Magnus put out for us today.
So
but
also chat, thank you so much. I see a lot of you people in the chat tagging me and stuff, but it's not easy for me to reply, as I told you. Multitasking, it's not my strength. But I see you and I appreciate you all. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean that was an awesome segment there. Much appreciated. But yeah, I think we've talked a lot about discipline, and I just cannot talk about that enough. So no matter what trades do or do not come up today, it's super important to make sure that your discipline's there, even if the setups aren't. And whatever your plan is, that's kind of the key thing. Whatever your plan is, just make sure you're trading the plan.
Trade the
We can do
plan.
it. We got this.
We
Absolutely.
got this. All right, guys. I will see both of you tomorrow morning. Let's welcome Ash to the show.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Oh man.
Get it.
Let's go. Let's go. We're looking for Ash right now. I know he's in one of these squares. We will find him. Did you guys see my sign? Pi says, Ash, where are you? Good morning, Ash. How are you?
I feel much better now. We just got a game of musical chairs in.
We found you. Everyone was like, Ash is hiding. How's your morning going?
It's going good. How are you doing today?
Good. We had Magnus on. We absolutely love having Magnus on. Such a treat. I will pass the baton to you, though. Have a great stream, and I will be listening. It's like a dose of Ash I need. So
Perfect. I hope you have a nice day.
thank you. Bye, guys. Bye, chat. See you guys in the morning.
Guys, I am joining the stream right now because we have some issues with our overlays. I don't know exactly what is going on, but it's not allowing me to transition the solar segment. But I will do so very shortly. But I will intro Ash as well. How are you, Ash? How are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Apart from these StreamYard, it has been quite a day for me. You know, I tried joining the stream at the start, but it had disconnected my camera, and now it looks like we have some back-end issues with the solo overlays as well. But other than that, I'm doing great. How are you?
A little musical chairs won't hurt anybody.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out, though. Have you traded anything today?
I did not take any trades today. There's a huge thing with non-farm payroll that I believe we spoke about it here before. Non-farm payroll is one of my scheduled breaks. So I did want to bring that up today so that everybody else was aware. I do know that we've talked about it before, but leading up to these high impact news drivers, specifically non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC, those are days, in my opinion, it's a good time to have a scheduled break. So
I completely agree. And you don't trade a lot either. How many trades on average do you take a week? I know it's
one per day maximum, and then 2 per week. Now, that is the risk management rules, and I also understand that I'm not perfect. So there has been times where I've taken more than 2 trades in a week. I aim to be the best I can be 70% of the time, right? Because thinking that you're going to adhere to all of your rules 100% of the time, every single day, it seemed a little bit unrealistic, and you should have a little bit of grace with yourself.
Absolutely.
Because when you then go and make a mistake, you don't want to tilt. So if you do have a little bit of grace for yourself, then, understanding that you'll follow the rules 70% of the time, that seems a little more realistic than 100% of the time.
Yeah. And this is something, you can't be too hard on yourself. It's a very harsh business. Never put anyone down. I think you, Ash, agree. We had a pretty sad event recently take place. Those who know, they know, on Twitter, and you need to check up on people if they seem down, and you need to give them the support they need, even if they seem okay. And definitely do not make fun of someone, even if it's a joke. In this business, you never know what someone is dealing with. It's a very rough business.
I'm glad you brought it up. I didn't know if it was acceptable to bring it up. I'm not going to provide any details, but I would like to reiterate what Magnus is saying. This is a very isolating business, and a lot of people like to provide their opinions about other people, and they tend to hide behind their social medias. So They feel that it's okay to say whatever they want, no matter how negative, toxic, or bad it is, and they don't see the repercussions that could happen from it. So, in my opinion, I think you should be treating people the way that you would want to be treated. You know, the energy that you put into this world is going to be the energy you get in return. You have no clue what's going on with the other individual that you're interacting with. So to put them down, to say something negative, all because, you know, you want to prove a point, or you have some kind of ego, or even if it's just a misunderstanding, you don't know how it's going to affect the other person. So if I could just, the 2 cents that I would like to throw in there is that, you know, treat people the way that you want to be treated. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, and it's great to share their opinion. I do think we should always work together and learn together, but there's a difference from sharing your opinion and communicating negatively, right? We don't have to agree on things to be able to communicate, but you also don't need to put other people down when you're trying to communicate. You don't need to say mean things or be negative towards them. So I don't want to dive much deeper into the topic. Just some sad news that has occurred.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if I have a little bit,
it's a relevant topic. You know, it's because this is a real side of this business. Even I have been working out for many years, but it's not that I want to flex or anything like that. It was mostly because that was the way I kept going, because I really wanted to be a trader. I really wanted, but it was tough. And the way I coped was by going to the gym. That was my thing. That was my only thing apart from trading, which I was focusing on. The only thing that kept me going. I had another goal. I could see progress. And without it, I don't know. I don't know what kind of situation I might have ended up in. But yeah, so you definitely need to show support to others. And if you are in such a situation as well, just know it gets better. All right. And it's always, it helped me a lot. Some of my friends, they got annoyed with me because I talked to them about my issues, and I was pretty negative because things weren't going very well for me, and they got annoyed. But that helped me so much that I could talk to someone. So if you can, then try to do that. All right, Ash. So I take you are not trading today, but I will try to transition you into a solo segment because I know you always have value to drop. So we will see if this overlay thing wants to work now.
Yeah, let's see if the transition works. I hope you have a great day. And if I don't get to talk to you again throughout my session, we're all here for you. I think the entire community is, and I feel that same way for myself. Like I said, we should be working together, not against each other. So
absolutely. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. And have fun in your session as well. And thank you, chat.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So first of all, let's throw some W's in chat for Magnus. Some pure value this morning. It was quite the surprise to see that he was joining the stream. So with him joining the stream, it was some phenomenal value. I love the fact that he was able to share some of his thoughts, some of his model. So please throw some W's in chat for Magnus, along with Barbie and Terry. Once again, another phenomenal segment. I really appreciate their time and, you know, their dedication to the community. Really, it's every single day that they're showing up. So, you know, the consistency and the discipline in that is absolutely incredible. So thank you, everyone. Same thing with Denny. I know Denny's behind the scenes cooking things up. Thank you for all the help. And I didn't know Abhishek was getting married. So W for the marriage. W for Abhishek. A lot of great things. A lot of great things. I am just going to hit on the topic that me and Magnus we're talking about one more time. This business is very isolating, okay? There's not somebody, you know, trading right next to you. There's not somebody looking over your shoulder. So the people that you're communicating with, just make sure you're doing it morally sound, ethically sound, because you have no clue what somebody else is going through, and you don't want your negativity to be something that makes it even worse. Okay, so let's work together, not against each other. Let's treat each other with respect. Let's be kind and compassionate with everybody else. You're allowed to have your own opinions. You're allowed to share your own opinions. We do not have to agree on things. But when we communicate, I think everybody deserves the respect, right? We're all humans. So just a couple comments. We'll hop into the price action because I know that's why everybody's here. So let's move over to that. First things first is let's get over to the economic calendar. The economic calendar is extremely important, specifically this week. Okay. Non-farm payroll, one of our largest volatility drivers, NFP, CPI, and FOMC. Anytime you see those on the economic calendar, you need to be aware of them. Okay. So knowing that non-farm payroll is Friday, right? It in my opinion, makes complete sense that we had some extreme chop this morning, right? So understanding that NFP is on Friday, understanding that there's going to be some anticipation for it. Anticipation looks like this right here, consolidation. Okay, so during those times, being more patient and selective than normal sounds like a really good idea. Okay, so non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC. Always keep those in mind, along with bank holidays. Okay, bank holidays as well. You can see last week's, that was Monday, right? Oh, because I don't have the gray folders on here. Bank holidays are gray folders. You also need to be aware of bank holidays. Okay, so with that being said, you can still participate. You just have to be more patient and selective than normal. Okay, let's hop out here and let's get into some of the information now. Let's take a look. So it's going to sound repetitive, and that's because it is. I approach the market with a certain perspective. That is how I analyze information. So, you know, whether that's exciting or not, this is how I approach the market. So let's take a look. I get out on the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Okay. When price is located at a swing low or a bullish FEG, I have a bullish bias. When price is located at a swing high or a bearish FEG, I have a bearish bias. So it's very clear here that the last thing that NQ engaged with was a swing low, right? So being bullish at the swing low, I mean, geez, I mean, look at this drawdown, first of all. Imagine if you were able to get long from this level. I mean, look at this. Where's the measurement? Give me 2 seconds. I mean, wow. Right. So this is why I use this logic. Right. Imagine being bullish at a swing low on the daily chart. You're talking about 10 points of drawdown here. All right. So imagine if you were to just wait for these levels. That's insane. The reason that I was getting to this was how to create a bias. So at a swing low or a bullish FEG, I look to have a bullish bias. And the thing that I look for to engage with that bias is SMT. Okay. So taking a look at SMT, you can see that NQ took out this low, while ES did not take out this low. Right. So now that's telling me that bullish bias, that idea of being bullish at a swing low, now seeing the SMT, that tells me it's now time to engage with that bias. Right. So looking for longs now. Okay. We're pointing out our bias, and here it is. Right. We'll be looking for new all-time highs because of this information. Right. There's really nothing to it. I'm not analyzing data. I'm not analyzing the news. All I'm doing is looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Once there's a crack in correlation, that's what's telling me it's time to engage with that idea. So I'll be looking for a move to new all-time highs. Okay. There's bullish SMT at the lows. Right. And this also fits FEGs and swing points in terms of creating bias, because look at where we're bouncing from, right? We're bouncing from an area of support, whether you want to call that an FVG, an imbalance, it doesn't really matter. But price found support from this area multiple times. So it looks like we'll now head towards resistance. Okay, so bullish bias, looking for new all-time highs to be the target for both for ES, and for NQ, we would target the first swing high here. Right, so here is the target for NQ. So now you have the bias for both NQ and ES. Hold on. There we go. Right, so we'll look for bullish positions. Okay, now once you create a bias, then it's a matter of dealing with New York Open is the first thing, right? Because time is the most important element. So we want to be positioning ourselves at New York Open. When we're positioning ourselves, we want to be doing that from a higher time frame level. We want to, again, look for the SMT and a change in the state of delivery. So let's take a look at that as well. All right, so now we're on an hourly chart, and this is where I would be looking for either a higher time frame level or SMT, and it's pretty clear here, right? Here's an FVG, right? A higher time frame level to be looking for longs from, and you have that again on both ES and NQ, right? So you're now dealing with New York Open, you're dealing with a clear bias, you're dealing with a higher time frame level, and lastly, once again, what do you need? SMT to act as the thing telling you it's time to engage, right? So take a look at this, right? Notice how ES took out the previous hourly candle low. Notice how NQ did not take out the previous hourly candle low. So seeing ES run below this low while NQ did not, that is bullish SMT. That would be the thing telling me it's time to engage with that idea. And look at the move that we're getting from it. Right? So now it's just a matter of looking for an entry function, looking for either a change in the state of delivery, looking for an inversion, looking for a unicorn, whatever type of entry function you want to use. Okay, so there's no unicorn in here. Okay, there is really no clear change in the state of delivery here. But if you were to go over to ES, that's why you saw me pointing to this right here, right? When me and Magnus were first talking, you saw me point to this right here. Here's a change in the state of delivery. The SMT is at the lows. Right, so executing this right here, in my opinion, it has the entire recipe. Right, it has everything you need to look for a long position. Okay, so this is what we'll be watching for today. We'll see if it wants to complete the target of 2R, because once again, now it's a matter of you create the process, you create the game plan. Once you can create the game plan, that's where you accept the risk. And if you can accept the risk, then you allow the probabilities to play out. Okay, anytime you can't create a game plan, anytime the information is not clear and you can't define it, anytime you don't see your concepts that you're using, just don't trade. But if you can define these things, that would be the time to take a risk. Right, so this is the risk that we're looking at. We're looking at 10 points of risk for a 20-point reward. Right, so on ES, if you're using one contract, right, 10 times 50, $500 of risk here for $1,000 of reward. Right, 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, so The moment in time that this change in the state of delivery became confirmed is right here on the 10/20 candle. Right when we got a candle closure above the change in the state of delivery. That would be the confirmation to this idea. So here's an entry. Here's a long entry. Here's a long entry. And now we're just holding to see if it goes to target. Okay, so that's the information we have for today. Once again, it's the same thing for me. It's creating a game plan, looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs, looking for a crack in correlation, then executing sound risk management. So, you tell me, chat. Did anybody take the longs today? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Did anybody take the longs today? Heading over to chat now that I've completed my analysis and I can communicate with you all. Okay, some people took the longs. Very nice. Some people took the longs. Very nice. Wow, a handful of people took the longs. Up 1.5K. W's in chat for chess trades. Let's go. 1.5K. Huge. Absolutely amazing. Hey, Ash, do you use session profiles and weekly profiles? No. In my opinion, I don't. Information overload is something that is an issue for me. So the things that I just stated there during my analysis is the only things that I use. I don't have hundreds of different concepts. I'm just looking at swing highs, swing lows, FEGs, and cracks in correlation. Anything after that, in my opinion, it becomes information overload. Very good job for all the people that took the W. So, real quick, I'm going to continue to keep doing this because I'm showing you the fact that terminology has nothing to do with trading. Everybody has their own way of trading. So if you're communicating with somebody and they're using different terminology than you should not put them down. You should not tell them they're wrong. You should not be negative towards them. Right? So, for example, what I'm trying to say here is you could have been trading trend lines and you could have taken the same exact long, right? We were in a downtrend, right? So let's take a look at this. Here's a high, here's a lower high. Excuse me. Here's a high, here's a lower low. Here's a lower high, here's a lower low. Here's a lower high, here's a lower low. Here's a lower high, here's a lower low. We finally break out of the downtrend, right? So anybody that's trading breakouts, this would also be the same exact long. You understand what I'm saying here? So if you are trading breakouts, why would you say the individual that's trading a change in the state of delivery is wrong? There is no right or wrong. That's what I'm trying to point to. There's nothing new under the sun. There is no right or wrong. You are either red or green at the end of the day. I don't care how you got red or green. I hope that you're green. I do hope for that, but I don't care how that happened. Okay? So if somebody's using different terminology than you don't have to tell them whether they're right or wrong because there is no right or wrong. There's only red or green at the end of the day. Okay, so this is the information I use. So this is what I'm going to leave on the chart is the change in the state of delivery. We had the SMT at the lows. And the long would be from the change in the state of delivery. Stop at the low, targeting 2R. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about, is the different ways to enter this position. Okay, because You can market order, you could limit order, you could use buy stops. Again, telling somebody that they're wrong for the way that they're entering a position, there's no reason to do that because you're allowed to enter the position however you want to. And it doesn't matter what anybody else's results are. You should only be focused on your own. Let's talk about the different ways to enter this position. Okay. You could be instantaneously market ordering in as price is moving through this change in the state of delivery. So market ordering in at this moment in time right there is completely fine. Okay, so if you were to market order in longs when price is going through the change in the state of delivery, great job. We would still be sitting at the same results. Okay? Or maybe you're the individual that needs a little more confirmation to your idea before executing. Right? So the individual that needs a little more confirmation to their idea, they're going to wait for this candle to close. And then they're going to set limit orders here at the change in the state of delivery. Well, once again, guess what? They got tagged in right here, and they're sitting in the same exact position. Lastly is the individual that needs the most amount of confirmations out of everyone. That's the individual that is going to allow the change in the state of delivery to occur. Then they're going to allow price to retest it. Then as price is leaving, they're going to put a buy stop right here. Right? So they would be entered in on this candle. Right? They'd be entered in on the 1030 candle because price confirmed it here. It came down, tested it, and then it left through here. Right? So if you put a buy stop in right here to get it on the way out, that also works. Right? So whether you're front running, whether you're waiting for confirmation, whether you use market orders, whether you use limit orders, whether you use buy stop orders, all of them work. And that's the purpose of the conversation. Doesn't matter how you trade. Doesn't matter what you call it. The only thing that matters is that you understand how to execute, that you are focusing on risk management, that you're defining your risk, you're defining your game plan, and you're taking full accountability for all of your own actions. Okay? So, very good job for all the individuals that were able to capture the longs. We're going to watch the longs, see if they obtain 2R. Anybody that's in the longs, now I have the question for you. So I have a question for you, chat. Are you the type of individual to raise your stop loss to break even? Right? Since the position is nicely profitable now, right? Have you moved your stop loss to break even? Yes or no? Have you moved your stop loss to break even? Yes or no? If you're in this long, are you the type of individual, now that you're in nice profit, are you moving your stop loss to break even? Yes or no? I go break even at 1-to-1. Yes, 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 yes. TP most and runners at break even. Yes, yes. Lots of yeses. Couple take partials as well. Okay, lots of yeses. Well, once again, it's the same answer. You need to do what is best for yourself. So for somebody to tell you whether you're right or wrong, I highly suggest you block out all of the noise and you just focus on yourself. Doesn't matter if you want to move your stop loss to break even or not. You should become a complete owner of all of your own decisions. That's what matters. Okay. So now that I got through my analysis, I'm going to head over to the chat If you have any questions about this information, feel free to throw it in chat. While I head over to chat, do me a favor. If you haven't already, sub to the channel. For all the individuals that are wondering why you can't communicate with us here in chat, it's because you have to sub to the channel. I believe chat is sub-only mode. So sub to the channel, turn notifications on, and like the stream. Now, if you have any questions about today's trade, if you have any questions about the trading business, if you have any questions about anything to do about trading, throw it in chat, and I'm heading over there now. Ash, what do you think about the 3M uni on ES? If you're pointing to this as the bullish unicorn, very good job. I agree with what you're saying. This is, in fact, a bullish unicorn. Right? You have swing low, swing high, new low, new high. You have an FEG in here. Very good job. I agree with what you have here. Right? So if you're pointing to this, you need the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity, and you have an FEG aligned with it. Very good job. I agree with what you have there. Very good job. Very good job. Hey, Ash, could you have taken ES on the 3-minute? You could take the trade on any time frame you want. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute. I just highly suggest you cut out some time frames, right? If you're looking through every single time frame to try to find a trade, then there's always going to be a trade available. And that doesn't make it a higher probability situation. And you might fall into information overload. So I would suggest you only use 1 or 2 time frames as an entry function time frame. That way you don't get lost in information overload. If you want to use the 3-minute chart, be my guest. Ash, isn't there a 15-minute unicorn on ES right now? Yes. Very good job. This one right here. Now, there's a difference here, though, compared to the 3-minute, right? So take a look at this 3-minute right here. So take a look at this, right? And notice how you get an entry for this position before you make it to the target, which is the new highs, right? Notice the difference between this to this right here. Right. In my opinion, I look for longs below old swing lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps, and then I target the highs. So the difference here between the 3-minute and the 15-minute is the target's already been completed. Price already ran above the swing high. So I would not execute this one for that reason. This is what we want to target. If the target's been completed before you even get an entry, what are you now targeting? Right? It needs a target. Ash, do you also use change in the state of delivery as an entry function or only the unicorn? Well, you have to understand that all unicorns are going to have a change in the state of delivery, right? So look at this unicorn right here, right? Here's the change in the state of delivery right here. So for me to say I don't use a change in the state of delivery, that would not be correct because a unicorn has a change in the state of delivery. The word change in the state of delivery simply just means when the trend has changed, right? So that's what a unicorn is. The trend was down, right? Here's the trend. We had a downtrend, and then the trend changed when we broke out of that trend, and we started moving higher. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, there will be a change in the state of delivery when using unicorns. Yes, there will be. Ash, do you look at ATR to figure out what size to trade? No, that is not something that I look at. I do not want to be using hundreds of different concepts, right? So put it this way. If you had a checklist and that checklist had 20 different things on it, it's going to get really hard to ever find a position, right? Compare that to a checklist that only has 1 or 2 things on it. You see the difference there, right? Like if you have a checklist that only has 1 thing on it, you're going to find a trade. If you have a checklist that has 20 things on it, it's going to be very hard to find a trade. So no, ATR is not something that I use. Ash, have you ever considered doing a backflip off the piano? I don't know if I've ever even done a backflip like in general in my life. So I don't know if doing a backflip off the piano would be a good idea. I'll probably just face plant. Will you always enter at the retest? Ooh, I lost my spot. Will you always enter at the retest or at new candle opening after the change in state of delivery or the unicorn? I've done both in my past. I've done market orders. I've done limit orders. I've done sell stop orders. So, there's no guarantees in trading. If you think that you're going to get the same exact thing every single time, I'm sorry, but there are no guarantees in trading. Okay, so thinking that something happens 100% of the time is not a good idea for any part of this business, right? So thinking that price will retest the unicorn after the unicorn gets confirmed, that's not going to happen 100% of the time. You understand what I'm saying? You have to be fluid with the market. There are no guarantees in this market. How much of your payouts do you use to reinvest? Almost all of it, close to 100%. I use my payouts from trading to acquire real estate. So real estate is one of my other businesses. Right, so when I have enough payouts for the next down payment for the next rental property, that's when I'll then use that money to obtain that next rental property. What age did you get married? I've been married for a little over a year. I think it's been a year and a half. So 28, excuse me. Got married at 28. W's in chat for Abhishek again for getting married. Love to see that. Ash, I'm happy that I've finally been consistent targeting 50 points daily using 3 micros. Do you have any suggestion when should I move to 10 micros? So for me, it's the buffer, right? So I always divide my drawdown by 10. That is how I understand when to scale, right? So let's just use random numbers. And let's say that you have $2,000 worth of drawdown, right? Dividing that by 10 would allow me to use $200 per trade. Right? So now you know in terms of scaling, right? When you have $4,000 worth of drawdown, then taking $400 of risk per trade, that's something that I would do. And it goes both ways, right? when in drawdown or when in profit. Ideally, do you want to see the breaker being formed after the open, or would you trade off previous day breaker too? I use the most recent information, right? So, right, this change in state of delivery happened during today's session. I'm not looking over here, right? I'm not looking. Here's a breaker right here. Here's a unicorn right here. I'm not looking at this. I'm looking at the most recent information at all times for all of my analysis. For creating a bias, for looking at SMT, for looking at entry functions. I'm always using the most recent information. So we got another 18 minutes during my segment. We are currently doing questions and answers. You can ask me questions about anything to do with trading, anything to do with this business, any kind of mental or emotional intelligence. Could you live off of trading? You can if you wanted to, right? If your data shows that you're profitable and it's enough money to live off of it, yeah, you could. Is that a good idea? It depends on your finances, right? Like if your day-to-day expenses, right? If your expenses are much larger than your income, then it sounds like you still need to get a job. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be unique to each individual. So, if somebody has zero expenses and they make $1,000 a month from trading, yeah, you could live off of that $1,000 a month. But in my opinion, being a risk manager, I don't think living off of trading is a good idea, and I don't do that. I have multiple businesses that I run. It is too risky to only live off of trading, so that's not something that I do personally. If price already moved a lot before retracing to your entry, do you still take the trade? So for example, right here, I would not enter this again, right? It gave an entry right here. This was the long right here. This thing already ran. What is this? Probably 1.5. Very close to 1.5. At this moment in time, I would not take this trade again. The information has changed, right? So for example, right? Earlier, I was talking about targets. What you would target in this position is a swing high. Seeing that the target has been taken out, that's another reason why I would not want to enter here again. Because if price came back down here, the information is different than this moment in time. So no, I wouldn't take this trade if it came back to the entry location again, because it already ran to the target. It completed its objective. Hi, Ash. When you think we are over trading? Maybe I don't know if I'm understanding the question correctly. When do you think we are over trading? I'm not sure I really understand that question. I'm sorry. If maybe you could word it differently, maybe. Oh, chat. Chat, do you see this? 50 free resets using code TRENDLINE50. 50 free resets using code TRENDLINE50. Here's your trend line right here. Ready? We got a breakout of the downtrend this morning, and the longs have been running ever since. All right, that's it. I'm changing everything, and I'm becoming a trend line trader. Chat, who thinks I should completely scrap the model and change the trend line trading? Yes or no? Should I start taking 10 trades a day and, just do breakouts of downtrends or uptrends? What do you think? Yes. Okay. All right, that's it. Chat says so. So we're going to completely change the model. We're going to start doing breakout trading from here on out. Just because chat said so. It was your idea. All right, today's the last day. Tomorrow we're going to start doing trend line trading. That's it. We're going to make things real simple. Real simple. Right? Like here we go, right? Here's the uptrend. The trend broke right here. Could have got short, and look how far this dumped. There's so many trend lines. Like, look, we broke out a resistance right here. What a gorgeous move higher. Let's start doing some trend lines. We're going to practice now. This was your idea, chat. All right, here's a long. Long. In my opinion, this would be a pretty clear short right here. Right, we have a trend line higher. Short right here. We're breaking out of resistance right here as well. I would say that's a long. Oh, this is a really clear downtrend too. Look at this one. Ready? Downtrend, breakout, retest of the breakout, 2 different long opportunities. We go higher. Who says trend lines don't work? Look at these positions. I mean, all you got to do is find a trend line that you can work with. Long, right here. You know what I think we should do? I think we should get a competition going. We'll get a competition where everybody here has to trade a different model than what they claim to trade. Right? So I'll start trading trend lines, and we'll see who gets a better return. We got to get everybody out of their comfort zone. We make them trade a completely different model. And even better, so that chat can see it, you have to take a trade during your session. That way, every single session has a trade entered. Here's a long. There's so many longs. I mean, long. This could be a short right here. We got like a little trend line in here. Short. I don't know, chat. It's looking pretty promising. Look at all these breakouts. Ash, I mean, overtrading is when we trade too much. So what would be too much? Look at your data, right? You should be journaling, and you should be collecting your data every single time, right? So, for example, right, if you are journaling, let's say that all of the days that you only take one trade, you end up being green. Or at least 60% of the time, when you take one trade on a day, you are green. And then you take a look at your data, and every time you take 10 trades, you have a 10% win rate. Right? So it's very clear that you should stop taking 10 trades in one day, and you should only trade one time a day. So the answer that you're looking for, what would be too much? That answer would come from your data. right? Are you documenting? Are you journaling? That's where you get the information from. Somebody else telling you? No. You got to take ownership of your own abilities. You should be documenting, and then you should be reviewing that information. So it comes from your own information. So many breakouts. All right, that's it. I'm going to become a breakout trader. Ash, if there's a change in the state of delivery with no FVG, how would that be a unicorn? It's not. It's not. I never said it would. So I'm not sure where you got that one from. Right? A breaker block plus an FVG is what makes a unicorn. That's what a unicorn is. Would you have taken the trade you were talking about before on the 5-minute time frame in the 1-minute time frame instead? No, the time frame that I find the trade on is the time frame that I execute on. Okay? The time frame that I find the trade on is the time frame that I execute on. I don't pair time frames together. Ash, do you trade Judas swing? All right, so I'm just going to go out. I've said this many times, and I'm trying to prove that point. All of these new terminologies, all these different words, all these different names, they're just marketing tactics. Okay, so whoever is using the word Judas swing, they must be selling something, because Judas swing, a fake move against the real move, right? That's what Judas means. So all these different names. Oh man, there's a new name every single day at this point. All right, so here's an example. Ready? Ready? Breaker block plus FVG. This is a long position for myself. Okay? But I'm not calling this right here, I'm not calling this a Judas swing. Right? So, once again, people use new terminologies for some kind of marketing tactic or whatever. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay? There's nothing new under the sun. Calling this fake move right here, this fake move that goes below this swing low, calling that a Judas swing, what's the point of doing that? I mean, I don't know. Right? What I normally say is look for longs below old lows is what I say. So I guess I have my own terminology too. So I'm also to blame. But right, when price, here's the swing low, and I usually say look for longs below old swing lows. So here's the old swing low. Here's price going below the old swing low. Look for longs. Right? Time to get long in here. And then here comes the real move. Okay. So unicorn is a marketing term. There you go. You're catching on now, right? So let's take a look. Now you understand. All right, ready? Where was it? Was yesterday. All right, ready? Instead of calling this a unicorn, right? This right here, ready? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Therefore, you would have a breaker block right here. You have the FVG right in here. So this is, in fact, a unicorn, right? Okay. But why aren't we just calling this a breakout of a downtrend? Why is that not a breakout of a downtrend? You tell me. Why we broke out of the downtrend, right? Get long during the breakout, and this thing runs 20 points higher. Or how about this? Ready? Even better. Price found support and created a double bottom. Why not get long after price bounced off of the support? I don't know. There's a new terminology every single day. I highly suggest that you don't get caught up in all of the terminology. Okay? In my opinion, I think you should spend your own time with price. Okay? Instead of falling for the holy grail, the secret sauce, why don't you just show up to the market, collect your own data, and figure out how you best operate with price action? Don't the change in the state of delivery, the unicorns, the inversions, none of that matters. The only thing that matters is you being able to click the buttons for yourself and you being able to get green. There's only green or red at the end of the day. None of the terminology matters. Alrighty, chat. I only got a minute left with you all. So any last questions? Any last information? Last minute I have with you all before Tom comes up. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. He does a phenomenal job providing value every single day. Hey, Ash, will you teach piano once you master it? I think I need a piano teacher because I'm the furthest from a piano player. So I need a teacher. If any of you guys are piano teachers, let me know because we'll have to, maybe that'll be the 50K surprise. Ash's piano segment. Alrighty, chat. Yeah. Ash promised 20K for the piano. Well, it's probably because the piano is just a green screen. I don't actually have a piano behind me. Alrighty, chat. Go ahead and throw a bunch of W's in chat for Tom. I just want to take a moment to say thank you for this segment. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Thank you, chat. Thank you, all the hosts. Thank you, all the mods. Thank you, everybody in the backstage. Another day, another learning opportunity, another chance to gain more conviction in our business. Let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. Okay? Let's welcome Tom up on the stage. I'll pass the mic over to him, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hey, we're back. Ash, again, thank you so much for this session. This was just, as always, great to listen, great to be here. Everybody, W's in the chat for Ash. Lots of value all the time. And I really, really enjoy, as soon as I close my own stream, I always hop into My Funded TV and listening to Ash. Lots of value as always. How's everybody doing? Hello to the mods, hosts, to the chat, everybody. How's the day so far? Hey, ASMR Tom is back. Yeah, we're going to do these sessions from now on. Bedtime stories with Tom. So I'm going to be taking over Matt. So, I mean, after Matt. Part ASMR guy. Yeah, actually my second job. All right, good to be here again. Lots of positive vibes, and I do love it. And I cannot say that enough. Just like Ash said it, I'm super grateful for MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV that I can be here and, share everything that happens. Yeah, it's, I'm trying to do this as a show. And no, but really. So bedtime stories is going to be a small section of my segment, so don't worry about it. Again, thank you, Ash. It was a great session. It was great. So how's the day so far? I hope everybody's, printing the money. I have some interesting stories for you, chart-wise, and what kind of happened. It was just amazing to see how price and the market was reacting to some certain levels, right? Bedtime 50, maybe, who knows? Data boy, I'm in longs and you're scared. Oh my gosh. Well, depends on where is your entry. I was not really expecting this. I do have some nice levels up there, both on ES and NQ. I don't know what's happening now, or is there any news hitting the market? I would like to say everybody's name in the chat, but so many people saying hello. I'm actually flattered. Good to be here. So I don't know what's happening right now. What's the drop? It's currently somewhere around 100 points to the downside. Let me show you an interesting zone here and a bit of a tape reading of what I think has happened so far and how I see the current scenario, right? Hey, Camilla, you don't have a Hungarian background? I do. I'm actually Hungarian, Camilla. So I do live in Hungary. So, born here, being here, living here originally. Mic drop, yeah. Where's Jerry? I don't know. I didn't see him. Maybe he's lurking somewhere. You knew it, right? I know the accent actually gives it away. It's like, you're Hungarian. Nice. Any Hungarian or non-Hungarians, welcome to join my stream, on YouTube. I stream every day at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. It's my time at 8 a.m. in the morning, so pretty convenient. So I do stream in London and New York, if anyone is interested to join in. We used to have great trades. This morning, London was absolutely phenomenal, and we had a beautiful trade. Actually, I almost got taken out from a long position. But anyway, I'm just going to go through. You're hungry. That also counts, but I'm not gonna say the name. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say your name once, VWAP. All right. Otherwise, I'm just gonna say volume weighted average price all the time. That's the thing that they're catching me always. Yes, I know, right? I said it. You should be happy now, right? So for those of you who already made the money, you can sit back, relax. Those of you who are in the red, as usual, 2 circles around the block, and then you can come back. In the meantime, let's do the tape reading, right? So what happened really? I do have I have a superb topic for today, by the way. Before we dive in, I'm going to go through some of these levels and a bit of a tape reading. Why I'm doing this, you might ask, like, Tom, why the heck are you doing the tape reading? It's important because it's also reflections, not just to myself, actually, but for you too, to see, every host, every trader, everybody using different strategies, different approach to the markets. And, since I'm here and I do want to share my personal experience and what I'm looking for throughout the day, I'm practically trying to, quote unquote, teach you of what exactly is what I'm looking for, right? Exactly. Slightly boot camp. Yeah, slightly. So I'm going to be real quick with this, all right? So started out at 2 a.m. in the London kill zone. There was a 15-minute bullish order block down here formed just before the 2 a.m. session. I'm not gonna switch to the 15-minute time frame. If anyone is curious which time frame it is currently, you can always check it on the down right corner. That's why I'm using this indicator. I don't like the watermark; it kind of distracts me. But down here, you can see I'm on the 5-minute NQ right now, exactly on the micro currently. So there was a reaction here to this 15-minute order block down there. But first, there was also I think I have to go down to the 1-minute chart to show you properly what happened here. So as I said, I usually start to stream somewhere around 2 a.m. And so as the market was progressing higher, there was a 5-minute inversion fair value gap happening, and we had the Asia high at 343. It was a pretty tight range. So as you can see, the Asia low and the Asia high was pretty close. Like it was like 44 points or something. So really not much. The only thing we could go for is basically to take out, one side, which we did. There was a nice scalp here, and eventually, I took the trade. Hold on. We took a trade to 400, but I just want to see what. Okay, so there was a reaction in this 15-minute bullish order block, this rectangle here, and so as price was, starting to progress strongly up here, and actually it broke this high, there was a very interesting level kind of playing out here. As it went higher, it also inverted an inversion gap, so almost like a triple inversion here. But the idea behind the whole situation was a psychological number. And also, if we go to the left, there is another zone here. I think it's on the 5-minute as well, starting, this was on Tuesday, London session. These bullish candles on the 1-minute chart, I did not mark it up here, but all these bullish candles are basically creating that bearish order block or supply zone. So the 400 psychological round number, and the market does like those levels, like it's kind of a magnet usually. As it started to progress, we entered a nice long trade, and I was kind of holding up until like 398. It was a beautiful trade setup. So that was the trade of the session. But the real interesting stuff happened. And by the way, there was another 5-minute supply zone, which got actually tagged. But the real interesting stuff happened at 9:30 at the London Open. So here is a 1-minute order block / demand zone. Now, I want to show you guys this because I think this is just amazing. And I'm going to zoom in on the 1-minute chart just to see how I'm justifying these levels. Look at, and I know you can say the 1-minute has too much noise or whatever. I partially agree, but I also say that this is not random. Now, this candle formation here happened just at the pre-market open, electronic trading hours, 4 a.m. Eastern Standard. Look at 359 and 4. Now, this level here was actually a fair value gap. So that right there is, sorry. Let me just put this in the middle right there. So this one is actually a fair value gap right there. These bearish candles created the order block, right? These created the order block, picked up liquidity from this fair value gap, and I checked it on the mini as well, and it was basically the same. No differences. Sometimes it differs with like a few ticks or points, whatever, but it was exactly the same. And we had the market structure shift, and the strong push all the way up there started with this level here. So this was the initial start of the move. And that's why it was super important to mark it for later. And as the 9:30 open happened, it was just amazing to see the reaction at this level. Look at that. I'm just extending it. And here we had the 9:30 open, immediately went down and, you know, sort of like started to go through on this level. And, you know, as I was, you know, kind of observing how these candles were reacting both on the 1 minute and on the 5 minute chart, it kind of got clear to me that, okay, this is definitely a strong level. And there is definitely something happening right here. And as soon as we went higher, and obviously there were some people in the stream, in my stream, like saying we should take a long position. As soon as I saw this up close candle as a potential exit from the chop, which happened at 10:07, I was like, okay, this could be something. So I was waiting. I entered the long position somewhere around here. It kind of got me in a way, and then I re-entered and took another. So I had a trade with a small loss, closed it manually, and then I entered as a second chance for the same direction as soon as we practically inverted this move here. So I took the trade up to 500, and now here we are. Now, why I am saying this story and why I went through this tape reading like this is because it was kind of an interesting scenario in terms of the 15-minute chart as well. Yeah, it's the 15-minute. If you look to the left, look at this formation here. It happened on August 29, Friday, in the New York AM session, picked up liquidity, and then moved the market way lower. I think it was news or something, right? 9:30 open, immediately dropped. Now, let's just watch this on ES as well. Look at that, the same scenario. This is ES. I just switched to the ES 15-minute chart, the same. So what I was trying to anticipate here is that ES might want to push it back into that beautiful textbook supply zone up there. And this is why I was a little bit surprised on this drop, like what exactly happened. Now I'm going to extend it here, because if the goal for the market is to actually invalidate or rebalance, I would say, to completely rebalance this demand zone, we could expect some down close candles, and the 15-minute demand zone down there has still not been taken out. Okay, so it's still there. We have a fair value gap. There is no market structure. There is one market structure shift right now. I'm not saying this is going to be like a unicorn setup or something, but you know what happened? Market was pushing higher. Supply zone actually absorbed the orders. Market open, pushed it lower. More orders in the demand zone, pushed price higher, basically up there into the psychological, beautiful round number to the 500. And then now it seems like, well, there was no fair value gap down here to sweep. And now just happened a market structure shift. So just a quick tape reading to try to anticipate what is the next move of the market. Right now, it does seem like that it might want to do a down close candle move down below that 1 minute demand zone, all the way maybe down to that 15-minute zone. I'm not going to take a trade on this one, but it's definitely interesting. Now, that's it about the technicals. I just wanted to say that doing the same thing of what I just did right now, this is something you also need to repeat by yourself. You know, every single day, every single session. If you start in New York session, you go back and look at what happened in London session. And I cannot repeat that enough, that this is why tape reading is super important. You gotta build up a story. You gotta build up a narrative for the day. And it might have sounded a little bit boring for some of you guys, like, okay, what am I talking about? I'm talking about zones and market structure shift and, you know, price levels being taken out, pushed, whatever. What I just did, it took for about 5 minutes or so. And this is what you exactly need to do. If you must, you actually have to talk out loud to yourself. And even if it sounds crazy, you just have to do the same kind of tape reading and build up some sort of a narrative and a game plan. And once you do it, you will see your levels, you will see your zones. Now, one of my key rules, not like yesterday, is I'm not taking trades during the lunch hour or when we are getting close to the lunch hour. This is just not ideal. But there's a saying like, trade what you see, not what you think. I don't know who was the first one in trading history who came up with this sentence, but I did hear it like 20 years ago as well. Like, trade what you see, not what you think. I think it's important. If you really think about it, trade what you see, not what you think. Like, I'm thinking I'm not taking a trade, and it's a bit of a controversial thing. It goes against our own rules. It goes against my own rules specifically. But I'm thinking that this one's just gonna rebalance that demand zone. That's what I'm seeing. Sorry, but what I'm thinking is that I'm not gonna take a trade. Anyway, I got a bit of sidetrack myself from the topic. But what I wanted to say to you guys is that you must do a tape reading. Okay. I'm promising you this. If you do this 3 to 5 minutes before every session or during the session as the market starts to move, do it. It's going to help you exponentially, like not in the first day, obviously. Even in a few weeks, you're going to feel the difference because you're going to build up context to your trading. This is what's going to help you to build up a context. So I think this is just amazing. The more I did this, the more I practiced this, quote unquote, the easier it gets. MSG, hey, welcome. The easier it got, actually. And the market is basically telling the story if you know how to read what's going on. And obviously, there are question marks all around the place. Like, okay, now what just happened? Why did it go down here? Does it really matter why the market actually reversed and shifted the structure? Because it shifted the structure. Technically, it's a valid structure shift, especially because it's a down close candle. It's a displacement down here with a fair value gap. So the reason, we don't need to understand the exact reason. Was it the news or was it just like some sort of a profit taking or whatever? But you can read the narrative. You can read what the market is actually doing. So when you say tape, are you referring to time and sales? Also, that can be good, but I'm most likely referring it in a sort of a metaphorical way. Slow to stroke. It's like, yeah, but you can say that too. Obviously, that also counts. Time and sales also. But I'm kind of like, tape reading is sort of like a slang expression in trading, I guess. Basically, read the story. Maybe not the best expression to say tape reading. I kind of agree with that because in the technical terms, tape reading would be actually reading the order book, basically. At least that's what I've learned a few years ago when I first heard like, okay, what is tape reading? A professional trader told me that it's basically wrong because tape reading is reading the order book and seeing what orders are actually flowing into the market, reading the order flow. So right now, the kind of tape reading is what I'm talking about is basically reading the narrative, reading the market. I'm sorry. So yeah, where is Abhishek? Where is he? I'm missing him. It's coming down. Oh yeah. It seems like, well, I don't know. I'm not in a trade, but the narrative, what I was reading kind of tells me that could be happening. Why? Look at the 5-minute rejections from this zone. Look at the 5-minute, look at these wicks here. Something unidentified, some mystery was happening down here. After the market opens, something happening here. Now, I don't know what's down there. Obviously, we don't know. We do not know what's down there, but I can imagine, that there could be orders. There could be orders below that level. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting how these rejections were hhappening on that demand zone. So he's getting married. Oh, okay. That's okay. That's the only excuse I'm expecting. I'm gonna be busy as well. Yeah. Okay. So maybe this could be the reason here. Who knows? But stick around, Kevin. I always say that. Stick around. So this could be one scenario. Now, obviously, as I said, time and price also matters. Low probability trades usually happening during the lunch hour. So all we can do is maybe take an educated guess, but this could be happening throughout the London session, some sideways London session, come on, lunch hour. By the way, FYI, I'm having a very painful headache. I actually took some painkillers already. My head is just absolutely blowing up. So if I start to speak Hungarian during the stream, forgive. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing some thoughts. Maybe I'm gonna speak Hungarian. It will be easier. So yeah, it can go both ways. Obviously, there are some clean levels both on ES and NQ on the upside. So don't worry, it will be good. It will be fine. It will go away. So currently, this level could go sideways. We'll see. But obviously, these kind of trades that you take here also has to be measured carefully. And, you got to take every decision as kind of a business decision. And this is, I'm talking about business again, but this is also, actually, this is what I wanted to talk with you guys. Like, again, I know about the business. Yes. So we're gonna talk about the business side again, how it relates to trading. What are the connections here, right? I wanted to explain, first of all, why the quote unquote tape reading or reading the narrative. Okay, let's just stay with the narrative. Okay. Put hot water on your, okay, that should be fine. 20 minutes with Epsom salts and then 20 minutes. Okay, I'm going to make a screenshot from this. Okay, I already made. Thank you, CJ. The expenses, not just the expenses. There's more to it, not just the expenses. There's absolutely more to it. We're going to go all the way down. You want, yeah, you guys won't understand it. It's, Magnus and I, we are basically cousins, right? So we are cousins, if we go back in history for 1,000 years, the people of Finland and Hungarians were basically in the same gang, we're hanging out, somewhere around the old Russian territories, all that stuff. And, we basically, one group said, hey, dude, we're going to go a little bit, to the north and you guys stick around somewhere in that ditch in the center. And I was like, okay, I'm going to stick around there. And you guys, Magnus and the others, go north. So this is the history. So that's what happened. This would be awesome to, this would be awesome to hear Magnus talking in Finnish. That's how we say it, right? Finnish language. And I'll be talking Hungarian language. That would be a total carnage to listen. Yeah, we learn something new every day here. So as I was saying, do the narrative, read the market, read the narrative every day. That would sound like nonsense. We should do that, Magnus, one day. I wouldn't be understanding what you say, and neither do you what I say. And that would make up the whole stream. So, and again, so just to finish up that thought with the narrative. Now that would be, we're gonna do it on a crazy Friday, maybe. So read the narrative. Okay, please do it. 3 to 5 minutes every day. Whether you start in London session, whether you start in the New York session, it doesn't matter. You can also start in Asia session. Just do the reading. Okay, read what the market is doing. Now, obviously, when you're reading the narrative, say the longest word. I cannot say that, Camila, because it's gonna take up all the stream. So read the narrative, and before you do that, mark your key levels. I cannot state how important that is, but we have to go into the next topic because that's what really I wanted to talk about. And again, as I said, it's going to be about the business, not just about how much you spend on evaluation accounts, right? So you wrote it up. I know that word, by the way. I know that word. I can't find it. Anyway, so we have to talk about the business side. Every trade is a business decision. That's what I wanted to say. I know that word. I know that word. Yes. So every trade is a business decision. All right. Most traders blow up because they treat trades like bets, right? That's what really happens. We're treating those trades like bets. You know, pros are surviving because they treat trades like business decisions. That's the key factor here. Every time you click buy or sell, basically you're not gambling, you're allocating capital like a CEO. Now, this is where you start to reprogram your mind, your mindset, and that's what we're here to do since we're not taking trades, right? Okay, I told you guys I have a headache. So you're basically allocating your capital like a CEO. If your business model, let's just say not so good, your trading account gets bankrupt. Okay. So it's not a gamble. You don't run a casino when you trade. Okay. You run a business. Every trade is an invoice, not a scratch off ticket. Okay. You must understand. Every trade is an invoice, not a scratch off ticket. That was the mic drop line, by the way. Okay. So get your notebook. Every trade is an invoice, not a scratch off ticket. So let's just move on. We must understand, and I said this many times, trading is a business, not a hobby. Okay. It's not going to work for you if you treat it like a hobby. Okay. In business, you have costs. Yeah, we talked about the costs. Yes, I know. But in this case, I'm talking about the risk per trade. So I'm not just talking about, we're going to talk about expenses too. But we got to talk about the risk per trade. So you have the cost, you have the risk per trade, you have revenue goals. Interesting, right? When we look at it like a business, we have revenue goals. That's basically your reward target. That's your profit target on a certain trade. Of course, you have overhead as well. That's the third thing, like commissions, drawdown, also the expense for an evaluation account. A single bad trade basically equals one bad business decision. All right. Trading is worse than business. No other business wrecks the heart like trading. That's something you can control, Q Mendez. That is something you can control. You have the ability to control that feeling. So the market doesn't care, but you can control that. Okay. So as I said, you always control your biz. Exactly. So as I said, a single bad trade equals one bad business decision. We all every business has bad decisions, even the classic brick and mortar businesses, right? Hey, Seer, good to see you. So, but if there's a pattern of bad trades, that's basically equals a bankrupt business model. Did you really think about that? Or have you ever thought about that? Like, this is super important, and this is deep, actually. A pattern of bad trades equals a bankrupt business model. Business die when expenses exceed the income, and traders die when losses exceed discipline. Kind of interesting, right? Now, we could be talking about the numbers and all the usual stuff. And I told you guys every week, since I'm here in MyFunded TV, and I'm very grateful for it, that we are going to approach the same topic from a different viewpoint, from a different angle. Okay? So, traders die when losses exceed discipline. Okay, so that's the thing. Anyway, look at this. The price is just going down now. There is a checklist basically for each trade. And it's super important, right? Before you take any trade, there are some questions that needs to be answered, okay? When was the last time you blew a count? It was about 10 days ago or something like that. I think it was like 10 days ago. Yeah, 8 days, 10 days, something like that. Yeah. Last month, well, it was a bit of a struggle for me. It was still positive, but anyway. Important, exactly, Ivan, exactly. So let's do the checklist, okay? The business checklist for each trade, by the way, each trade. Before you take any trade, ask yourself, what's the cost? What's the risk, right? What's the potential return? What's the reward? Does this align with my business plan, right? Is it a setup that you can track? Is it your entry model? Is it the model? Is it your system that you're trading? Basically, that's what you're asking. Does this align with my business plan? Okay. Can I afford this expense today? What I'm talking about here is the daily risk cap, right? I'm just saying reprogramming the mindset, reprogramming these things are super important, right? Super important. Also, there's another question. Yeah, exactly. So trading is a business where every day is a new quarter. Something like that, but not really, but yes and no. We're going to go into that too. So would I, for example, another question, would I sign this trade if it were a contract? Huh? Kind of interesting to ask this in the business perspective. Would I sign this this trade if it were a contract? I kind of like this. It's kind of cool because it shifts the mindset a little bit to view from a different point. If you wouldn't sign your trade like a contract, you shouldn't be taking it, right? That's why I kind of like it. So there's a certain level of thinking that goes with like business decisions. I can't speak. I told you guys. That goes with business decisions. Oh my God, that's going to go for the blooper reel. I have to drink. Anyway, I'm stuttering now. So the business decisions. Bad trade mentality is what I want to talk about. So basically the chart looks like it might go up. That's what you say. The chart looks like it might go up. So let me try it. That's what you try to avoid. This mentality is not good. When you're seeing like, oh my God, the chart is going to go, I'm just going to jump in right now. So this is just, not the kind of mentality or approach that you should be taking. The painkiller is definitely working. But there's a business mentality too. This is my A+ setup and my predefined level. Risk is, for example, $100. Potential reward is $200 or $250. Stop is in place. This is a good business expense, right? That's how you need to actually think when you put on a trade, not full porting. Exactly. Also, another bad mentality example. I'm down. I need to make it back. We all heard that. We all know that. We all did that. We all tried that. I'm down. I need to make it back. But there's also another example for this, which goes with the business mentality. Daily risk limit already hit. Any new trade would be spending from debt. And no business survives on debt. Now, that's actually also kind of a good approach. Anyway, just, small questions that you might ask from yourself, and it's definitely helping you to shift the mindset. Random trades are always impulse purchases, basically, and planned trades are business investments. So there's a shift to it that we all know. So it does look like it has more downside on it. And by the way, when you think about business decision, you're basically stop chasing random setups, because if you shift your mindset according to the business mindset, it also helps you to stop chasing those random setups. It helps you to detach emotionally as well, right? You're going to think like cost versus return. You know, it's just cost versus return. That's what you're going to say, right? I know, Thomas, I know. And of course, you're going to judge the process, not the outcome. Once you start, judging the process and focusing on the trading process, and it's just, Tom didn't know about Uber, yeah. So once you start focusing on the process and not the outcome, that's also shifting you in the right business mindset, right? So again, the goal with this, and why I'm talking about the business mindset again, because we want to shift our mindset, right? That's what we are working on. We cannot do anything about the market. We cannot predict where the market is going to go in the next, I don't know, 5. I mean, we can have some levels up there, obviously, and we can take educated guesses, because I 100% agree with that Mark Douglas quote that all we can do is take an educated guess. You just cannot 100% predict like this is where the market is going to go then and then. Yes, I know ICT can do it and the ghost in the machine can do it, but that's a different story. I'm saying we can only do an educated guess, okay? That's all we can do. As I said, all we are here for, and that's basically the main part of trading, 80%, is building up our confidence, okay? One trade is not going to define you, but a series of smart business decisions are compounding into profitability, right? Those things are actually that matter. One bad trade won't kill you, but, treating trading like a hobby instead of a business is definitely going to not literally kill you, but it's definitely going to hurt your funded accounts and your evals. So the key takeaway from this is I wanted to say, just remember, every trade is an invoice you sign, okay? You decide the cost, the potential return, all right? And whether it fits your business plan or not, according to that, you will make that decision, okay? The profitable business isn't about hitting home runs, all right? It's about making more good decisions than bad ones. That's how consistency is going to be built up. If you want trading to pay you like a business, you have to treat every trade like a business decision. Otherwise, the market will treat you like a customer. That's what it's all about. Expensive hobby. Exactly. Sometimes expensive, sometimes not too expensive. As I'm seeing the chart right now, it's definitely, it looks interesting. It looks very, very interesting. It's just, again, if you go down to the 1 minute here, I just put on a video about how to exit the chop. Now, if we identify this here as the potential chop, what would be your exit strategy? Because I just got these questions 2 times today now. And by the way, if any questions about this or risk management or the technical side of these zones or whatever regarding to trading, let me know. Let me know. September is good for trade. Oh yeah, statistically speaking, September, October, November is usually the best. Statistically, I think so far the best months are ahead of us. So even partially December. So that's what I think. Exactly, P. Losses are simply the costs of doing business. So let's just build up a small exit strategy from this chop. And actually, as I said, I put on a video about this, like how can we exit from this area? Now, if you really want to trade, because for example, you're just finished up with your business, with your job, whatever, and you're just trying to focus on the PM session or whatever, and you're seeing the chart, you already did the tape reading, or you were reading the narrative, you might as well come out with a strategy to what to do. You're seeing that there was a demand zone that actually busted price higher, and you're seeing that the market did what it did. I'm not going to go again with the tape reading, but actually it went down, shifted the structure on the 5-minute. This 5-minute gap is still kind of holding, so that's interesting. We have these zones down there. I would say currently, if we want to have a strategy to get out of a chop like this, it's going to happen. Helpful. It's in the works, so it's going to happen. We're already preparing everything. It's going to happen. I promise. Thank God. So right here, you can see these wicks. Now, if I'm seeing these wicks, I don't really care about it, especially when the market is ranging like this. Obviously, it's simple to identify that, okay, we're in a chop here again. Could it be accumulation by ICT terms? Who knows? It could be, but we are in the chop again. When going to happen? Soon. So ICT terms, it could be an accumulation phase, but as you see these candles, and I'm now on the 1-minute chart, let me just zoom in a little bit. So we have the level here. These candles with the wicks, it doesn't count. The keyword here is displacement. That's what I'm always looking for. Okay. If there is no displacement, for example, a down close candle with a gap, with a fair value gap, I'm just not interested to enter a trade in the chop. And this single decision helps me all the time. To prevent myself, from the death by 1,000 cuts situation. There could be a different scenario. Let me give you an example if you want to exit the chop. So let's assume that we are here. Actually, let me just go to... Anyway, I'm not going to use the replay button now, but here is a swing low. Okay, let me just show you here. There's a swing low right there on the 1-minute. And you really want to take a trade. And your strategy is when it breaks this swing low, you're going to jump into a sell, right? And look at what happens. This is exactly why I don't care if the current candle is breaking a swing low. It's just not enough for me, especially because of what was happening. There was something. Something was happening. The chat just blew up. 5 chat winners. 5 chat winners. Oh my gosh, congratulations. That is great. That is just great. Congratulations to the winners. Hey. Awesome. So many good stuff, free stuff happening at MyFunded TV. This is just amazing. Let's go. I wasn't really checking the chat. I was so obsessed with the chart right now. I wasn't really reading the chat. But whatever happened, I'm glad. Abhishek, was he doing something? Anyway, congratulations for the winners. Let's go. So, I'm just finishing up this chop thing here. So if you are trying to exit from a chop on a certain swing high or swing low, that would be, I think that's a little bit of a harsh decision. And this is the perfect example. Let's just say, for example, that you're entering a trade right here. Look at all this drawdown. You would have suffered like a 20 points drawdown, which is fine. But I can imagine that maybe some traders are jumping in with like 5 minis, 10 minis, I don't know, lots of minis. And you're basically putting yourself and your account in a very difficult spot here by just going for the breakout. Now, instead of going for the breakout, the way I like to exit the chop is the displacement. All right. So let me just give you an example. It's not going to be the best example, but for example here, okay. Let's just assume that this is the chop session here, all the way. Actually, that's bad. Can I use a rectangle for this? I guess I can. Yeah, let's just, it's not the best example, but I'm going to use this. All right. So if this is the chop session, which is not the perfect chop session up here at these highs, then look at this. It's basically also trying to, here as well, it's trying to come out here with a down close candle, but there was no fair value gap left behind. Now, finally, this candle here closed lower than the swing low of this chop. And obviously, it left a fair value gap. Now, the problem with this, and this is why it's not the greatest example, there was no candle picking up the liquidity from this. That would be technically an exit from a chop. So down close candle with the fair value gap, and then maybe with the limit order, you can enter, with a good risk reward ratio if you have a level. Otherwise, all this thing here up there, I'm actually know that I'm just going to wait this one out until the first probable and high probability displacement is happening. So right now, there's two things. I have no targets on the upside, not for, hold on. How far is that 15-minute supply zone up there? It's like almost 200 points. I think it's too far. That's what I think. So my game plan is if it goes higher, I don't care. I don't care if it goes higher. I couldn't care less. If it goes lower, the range is not too good. That's the problem. If it goes lower, I do have the demand zone low here at 370, but I need to break the 400. So the lowest swing point of this chop was 400. That means if price goes lower, I need a displacement, a down close candle with a fair value gap. And if I have the fair value gap, for example, somewhere here, I can utilize this retracement into the fair value gap before, even going lower. This would be my exit strategy. So risk to reward ratio wise, this could work out as a possible scalp. Here's your 1-to-1 trade. It's not the best, obviously. The range is like very tight here. 17, it's 17 points is still good for a scalp. Or you can decide that, okay, I just want to see this go much further down. Maybe even, find support at the Asia high. And then you can use, for example, even with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, you can put it like this. But whatever you do, whichever is your target, whatever level, it could be a pivot point, whatever, is that you're using, don't make a harsh decision while you are still inside this chop. As I said, let's go with an example to the upside as well, all right? It's not going to be a great example, but let's just go for it. Okay, I see a supply zone up there, which is a little bit far, but let's go with this. There's a supply zone right there. So that's a 1-minute supply zone. All right, let's just put it to the right, to the center. So the plan here is if this price is breaking this swing high right there, look at that. It's doing it right now. With the displacement, then maybe you can go for a possible long position. Actually, the 1 minute supply zone kind of looks good up there. Kind of looks good now that it's moving a little bit. So this is also a possible exit strategy. And this candle is closing right now. It's perfect. The perfect example. So this means we have a swing low down here. We have the move up here above 446. And what I would do, if I would want to get into this trade, which I'm not going to, this would be my limit order entry. If this candle would close like this. Now, obviously, we still need 35 seconds from this candle to close. But if I'm targeting that 1 minute supply zone, I explained to you guys why there could be a good I think ES just wants to go higher and higher. I still think that NQ is shotgun and ES is just gonna drive, okay? And it's bullish. ES is bullish. In my understanding, in my opinion, on the higher time frames, ES is definitely bullish. So what I'm trying to say here is that this candle now is closing as a bullish candle. This is where I would put my stop loss. My TP would be somewhere in the middle of this chop here. Could be like, you could say like a point of control would be somewhere in the middle of this chop. So, and we have the 500 round number. You know what? And there's a small fair value gap. I would go for the 500. So there you go. And here's the reasoning. 1.4 risk to reward trade. So there's two things you can do. You can enter aggressively into this. Actually, if I would have not traded today at all, maybe I would even enter this trade. So the aggressive entry is to enter right now. You know, if you want a better risk to reward ratio, you can wait for a possible pullback into that fair value gap down there. This actually looks quite good. So it's a different approach than, for example, Ash or some other hosts are showing to you, but it's still kind of utilizing the ICT 2022 entry model, because if you really look at it closer, it's basically, look at this. This swing low actually picked up repriced liquidity. Well, that's the only imperfection in this one. But as this swing low went here, it repriced this bullish fair value gap right there, moved higher, market structure shift, displacement, and fair value gap. And there you go. There's your entry. And obviously, if this one fails, you know, the question you might ask yourself, like, where would be the point where it would be hurting, not just, you know, not profit-wise, but where it would be hurting your confidence or conviction or your feelings to see this trade go. I mean, I would say if this trade goes below 419, that would be definitely an indication that this is just not going to work out, and I'm just going to have to sit and wait. But again, this is an approach. This was just an example of how to exit from a possible loss. A possible chop session. I'm not saying, obviously, that this is going to work out. And I did not say that this is a valid signal. And I did say that I'm never trading in the lunch hour, because low probability trades, lots of low probability trades are happening in the lunch hour. And yeah, look at that. On the higher time frames, obviously, it picked up liquidity from the 5-minute chart. We all know that. I was definitely trying to explain this for the sake of the example. But at least with this kind of approach, you're not chopping yourself up like, let's buy here, let's sell here, or whatever. You know, you could have taken like multiple trades in this sideways action. And this is just one way to at least reduce the number of trades. Yeah, chop is definitely the worst. And, you know, if you really want to pull the trigger, That's the only exit strategy I would do. Hey, Leo, good to see you. And now look at that. Just when I want to use a nice example on this. Actually, I like this tool here on TradingView because you can actually determine the risk. So now it's saying 1.4 micro, which is impossible, I know, but that would be $100 of loss once it gets down there. It seems like it's going to go. But it's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting. Anyway, there was no other way to leave this area. I'm green on the day, by the way. Today I made about $600 on funded accounts and a couple of $100 on evaluations. Slowly building up. I need to, get back from those losses that I suffered in August. Anyway, so we covered actually 3 things in this session. One thing was why you must read the market, why you must have a narrative, during the day. Whenever you sit down, just have 3 to 5 minutes to read the market, to see what was happening so far, right? You go to the 5, the 15, even the 1 minute chart. I think you can switch anywhere between the 1 to the 15 minute, even the hourly, of course, but just to see what was happening in a specific session. Now, I was saying this in the London session too, in the stream, I was being asked, why am I not looking the 4-hour chart and the daily? I do look at it, but if you really think about it, we are basically trading in a 2-hour-ish window, right? That is when we're really trading. Now, I care about what is happening in that 2 hours. Yes, I do need to see the higher time frame narrative. Yes, I know. But you scroll through the 1 to the 15 minute, even the 30 minute if you want to, and read the story. First of all, that's what we covered in the first 20 minutes. Read the story. And the second thing we covered is why you need to take those decisions as a business decision, okay, which is basically the same risk to reward wise situation. And the third thing that I tapped into is how to exit the chop, or how to come up with a strategy to exit the chop. Not just, buying here, buy high, sell low because you think that it's going to go into that direction. If you have an exit plan, yeah, you might lose on the exit, but at least you survive the chop. And that's what most important. You survive, live, live to fight another day. Exactly. So anyway, I just want to say this was a great session, and if you have questions before Matt comes around, I think, oh my gosh, I only have a minute left, so I think we covered some cool topics, and I'm actually very glad that we could actually talk about 3 things. Just a second. Yeah, so here he is, the man himself.
Whoa.
Hey. Oh.
Man, that came out of nowhere. I was getting ready for to warm up to dance and everything.
I was pushing the volume higher on my earplug here, so I just wanted to hear the music. When is the music? But it's no music. Anyway,
how's it going, man?
All is good. I was just, covering a few topics here. The market is a little bit, I'm not saying crazy, but, always going higher and then sideways. Kind of hard to read, to be honest. Mm-hmm. What's your take on this?
Yep, same thing. Market's digesting what happened yesterday and then just over-responding. We had that big kind of W-shaped move in the daytime and then that big Google stuff at the end of the day. And then market just responding to that. And I think we're going to be playing just a really tight range, retracing the down move and retracing the up move. Just essentially a retest, a little bit lower lows today on the session, I think, to finish, and then support there and see if the market's bullish or not. I don't know. Volatility is there.
Yeah. I'm seeing that there is some volatility, but the direction is kind of blurry right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
kind of sideways. How was your day so far?
Again, for the second day in a row, I'm shorting, which is very rare. I don't really short too much. I shorted out the door right at the open yesterday in futures. And then I took a short right at the open today and just took a scalp to the halfway point in the gap on S&P. So I think it's pretty good. So as you see, like most of my accounts are practically still zero. The ones I did take were all winners. So I got lucky on that. And then I didn't do any of the up move, any of the down move. I've just been sitting out since probably 20 minutes after market open.
Well, that's basically a winning day. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. I'm suffering from some great headache here, so I need to take another painkiller, or I don't know. It's just hurting me so much I can't even think properly. So anyway, I'm just gonna leave. That's for sure. I'm gonna leave the charts. Anyway, chat. Thank you everybody for the session. This was awesome. Matt, I'm gonna sign off because this headache is gonna kill me, and I just wish you a great segment. And I guess I see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. All right. Thanks, brother.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
All right. What's up, guys? All right. How y'all doing today? Hold on, making my little Twitter post here. All righty, guys. Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, Matt. See you, Tom. WC chat for Tom. Doing awesome. Sorry, he has a headache. Not really good to hear. That's always bad. And welcome back. This has been a cool, fun, easy, sort of straightforward trading day. I didn't at the open. I knew, we moved up on a single news event really quick. Google alone should not move the Nasdaq up, 100 plus points. So that was really, really, really weird to see that move into the day while we were kind of consolidating lower. Then we closed out the afternoon here, and then that took up. So I knew that was an overshoot. And I just at the short open, at the open I shorted, took it down to like half the distance, closed out. That was like $4,000. And then this morning I made another $3,000 or $4,000 trading out the door, right? S&P and QQQ have both gapped up. So on Nasdaq futures, I usually will decide in S&P futures, if I do want to fade the gap or not based on resilience. I didn't have the confluence and I still short anyways. It's very rare that I'll go kind of off the cuff. But when I make the trade, I did say in my stream, I said, I'm flipping a coin here. It's about a 60% chance that it holds and about 40% chance that it doesn't. I'll still take the 40% chance because VIX is still showing that signs of volatility. The market's probably going to have just an unstable wide range. And what I'll do is I'll short just to the halfway point because the white line is greater than zero and therefore it'll bounce. So literally I just built a short like right at the open. And then we fell like right to there and then right half gap I closed out. And I didn't take the long because this is all B setup. I don't really take these when everything doesn't line up too well. It's just literally just like slightly better than a coin flip. You could get a little bit of a bump on this. It came right back down, which I've been doing nothing since that initial short. Didn't chase the long, didn't chase the short. I've gotten all of this right today, and green is green, baby. So I've had a really, really, really good month. I only had like 3 losing days in August. It's incredibly crazy how great August was for me. And so far in September, well, it's only 2 days in. I haven't had a losing day yet. So I'm excited to see how this one turns out. It should be pretty good, hopefully. And looks like MyFundedTV is almost at 50K subs, you guys. That is incredible. How on earth did that even happen? I'm very, very excited to see the growth here. That's crazy. All right. Good job. Good job. So if you guys haven't subbed to the channel yet, you definitely need to sub to the channel. And somebody's asking questions in chat. All right. What is the question you have? Somebody said, Felipe is saying you've been asking the same question, remains without answer. What is your question, sir? Let's answer real quick. I can help you. What are you asking for in chat? 50K subs will equal to 5% off? Maybe so, right? Somebody's saying, please don't ignore me. Can you ask your question real quick? I'll give you like one chance to ask and I'll answer. And that way we won't have to focus a lot on it. Feel free to type it. I'm going to count to 10 and I'll answer it. What do I consider a non-trading day? Please ignore you, Matt. I do all the time, Jan. You know that I do. What do you consider a non-trading day? A non-trading day is a day where you don't have any strong conviction either way, and that the market has not giving you any, like something is not lining up. Whether your signals aren't lining up, your confluence is lining up, or you feel weird about the market. And I consider that like a non-trading day. If you feel anything, you should always sit out. So the person that was asking a question, you're going to ask the question, or no, I'm not going to ask the question. Please ask the question. So anyways, if the market is strong in one direction or another, you'll get setups, right? A+ setups, B setups, however you rank your own setups. If I have an A+ setup or an A setup, I take it every single time. So that's always a trading day. If I have B setups, which are something that are slightly, I consider B slightly better than a coin flip, like 60-40, not like 90-10, but something that's like 55, 60%, slightly over the edge, I consider a B setup. B setups are optional. I don't have to take them. Today has all been B setup. Not really strong. It can be strong, but not predictably strong. And it can go pretty much any direction and slightly on one side or the other. And an example would be if the market has a good B setup, but there is additional sort of caution on the side. Currently, right now, the VIX is giving us all the caution in the world. The market's going to travel. Because the market's going to travel, B setups are usually, especially the gap setups, are not really quick moving moves. They're going to totally be, if you long at the open, it's going to like mosey along and pick up steam over the course of the rest of the day. Now, with VIX above my magic number, 1692, I know volatility is going to be there. So I anticipate that. So I allow myself to say, I'm going to get higher highs and lower lows to play with, not chase to lock into something like I'm going to miss out on a rally. That's why I didn't chase the green, which is why I'm sitting out. And any dip I get is likely going to be a long to buy from. But a bigger dip because the volatility is there. So the caution today is like, okay, it's a non-trading day, at least for now, to sit out because things don't line up. But additionally, I have some rules that are immediate rules. Felipe Bedoya, what is your question? This is the third time you've asked it. I'm going to give you one more chance to type your question in chat, and I'll answer it for you, or forever, or I'll remove your ability to ever speak in chat again for the rest of your life. So yeah, about 20 seconds, type your question. Okay. So you can ask me and I'll answer directly, but quit interrupting chat. I'll swing the ban hammer. All right. Ask me your question, buddy. I'm here to help. Stop bugging the mods. All right. Okay. So because I have other rules that have me immediately sit out whenever I want to make a trade, I first consult 2 additional rules that I have that are automatic sit outs all the time. He wants to know if I kiss with my eyes open. I don't kiss and tell. He wanted to know if he could have $10. I love it. Okay. So anyways, 2 rules I have that are automatic sit outs. Number 1 is when a catalyst is active. And this is something we talk about, and we had it yesterday, right? When a catalyst is active is when the market falls. I have an indicator in Rockets here that tells me a specific distance. If we fall a straight run distance, which is equal to the number in this table for any futures contract, S&P it's 58.50 and NASDAQ it's roughly 210. This number updates every day. And yesterday we fell that distance without ever retracing any of it. Therefore, that is considered a catalyst. And catalyst is active all day yesterday. This was the line exactly where my mouse is. And as you see, anything above or below that catalyst area, the market's going to be unusually hard to trade, right? All right. Okay. So whenever a catalyst is active, I automatically sit out, because what can happen is whenever you break through that line, you're going to see that the market can become unusually volatile with chaotic, spontaneous, sporadic volume. We saw that all day. The actually cat line was broken here. And as you see, the market just nose dove and became faster and faster and faster and sped up. And you're starting to get like, 30, 40 point candles in the S&P, and NASDAQ was doing the same thing. When a cat is active, I automatically choose to sit out because I don't want to deal with it. And right here, you saw that NASDAQ was getting, essentially 100 point candles all at the same time. And then that's it. So a catalyst is an automatic sit out, which we don't have one today. And it's only on downside catalyst, like when market is selling off, that I sit out. Another thing is if it VIX moves roughly 3 points, I think is the number now. We call it a risk interval. If VIX futures itself moves that distance, I automatically sit out as well. I don't like to play when markets are unusually volatile or the structure's broken because the drawdown is just way too big and I don't risk it. So yesterday I wasn't doing much towards the end of the day, even though I had a 20K day yesterday. It was crazy how well yesterday played out for me. I didn't do much throughout the afternoon and morning session. All right. You're learning how giveaways work? Well, here's how giveaway works, okay? I'm about to give away a ban, and you got that for free. All right. So that's it. There's a giveaway for you. All right. So you've heard all day and couldn't resist to complete it. Yeah. All right. So anywho, any more questions you guys have for me? Actual questions. How do I find when you're done for the day? Is a set dollar amount specific time? Yeah. So a good question. So when I'm actually trading, I define the end of prop trading very simply. As prop trading consistency rules will actually lock people into a certain profit. So example is if an account can only make X amount of dollars, then that consistency locks you in. So what I do is I kind of have a choice that I make. On B setups, I'll usually trade when I have full confluence, things are lining up 1 to 2 accounts of the, let's just say I have a total of 7 and 5 is 12 plus 1 is 13. So if I have 13 accounts with a B setup, I might trade 1 to 2 at a time. As of last night, I traded 2 accounts twice. On an A setup, I might trade 3 to 4 of the accounts, maybe 5 of the accounts, less than half though. And on an A plus setup, which is like I am 95% or 90% certain, A plus setup, I'll trade all but 1 or 2. I never trade everything, but all but 1 or 2. My goal is to get the max profit target that consistency allows. Usually in a prop account, you can only make so much per day. On consistency and the uncapped ones, then I don't have a limit, but I usually won't have a limit on an uncapped one. I'll just trade to wherever my target is. But if I hit a limit, for instance, like this one and this one and this one hit consistency, I'm done for the day. This one that's up 650 is the one I can still work on. And so when I'm trading, I never put all of my accounts into one trade. I always leave some risk off. That way I don't lose everything in one go. Now, when I'm done for the day, as I'm never just choosing to be done for the day, the setup's not being there will let me be done for the day. So I'm probably done for the day unless I get my setup here. This is A plus setup. So if we fall down into here, I'll be trading with the majority of my accounts all through here. This is A plus, A plus. So I'll be starting to kind of take the remaining accounts that haven't been active and then trading them there. And then I'm done when either A, each account hits its profit target with consistency, like I can't make anymore, or B, I've rotated through every account and made all my trades in all of them. And again, they can't trade anymore because they're locked. A setups that are high probability, I have to take every single time. So even if I want to be done trading, I'm still going to take them because probabilistically I should take them every time so that the stats work out in my favor. That's basically how I do it. And in a real trading account, there's no limit. I don't set a limit for myself. I'll take any setup that's A or A plus, which means 80 to 90% probability, and I'll take it every single time because I have to. The risk and reward is defined, so the market decides how much I make or lose. But even if I lose 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row, I still trade every single time. I keep my risk smaller, but I still have to take the trade every single time. Because the law of large numbers is basically what I'm exploiting. If you have anything with an edge, you have to take that edge every single time so that it works. Yeah. But yeah, but that's basically what I'm going to do when I'm doing my normal trading throughout the day. I don't try to have any kind of limit on what I can do. Now, one thing that I will stop trading is if I feel a certain way, like I feel off or I feel nervous or feel anxious, then I'm going to always step aside. Anytime your mental game is off its normal balance, it's a good time to also step away. The idea becomes if you don't feel mentally stable, you feel sick, you feel nervous, you feel like... Whoa.
Look who it is.
Guys, look who decided to join the party today. Look who's back.
Look who it is.
Look who's back.
It's the official mascot.
Look who has gotten back from obedience school. Look who's learned to be a better, more calm, non-crazy dog. We need to send some of you traders to obedience school, to be honest.
No.
Y'all come back disciplined. Look at this dog right here. It's crazy. He's so well behaved. We haven't seen Pickle in, 3 weeks? It's been a while.
You know, Instacart just rung the doorbell. He barked twice, and I said, settle, and he stopped.
He stopped barking?
He stopped barking. There's
Wow.
no excessive barking anymore.
Wow. You know, the dachshund, that's really hard to do. These dogs never shut up. Good boy. Well, you guys know, if you're new to the show, Pickle's the official, unofficial mascot of MyFunded TV and my own stream. Everyone loves him. He's a 1-year-old English cream dachshund. Good boy. Anywho, he's back. So we just wanted you guys to say hey. Send chat to obedience school so they don't ask for giveaways. Oh, that's funny. All right. Yeah, 3 weeks. It's crazy. He's been gone for that long. He's been good ever since he got back. Like he used to pull the leash so hard he would choke himself. And now, you know, and like he would like lift off the ground, he's pulling so hard. Now he walks next to you and he looks up at you to see how fast you're walking. It's crazy. Did I teach IDOC how to trade? No, not yet. I keep telling her I want to teach her how to trade so I can turn her into a trading guru and she can make me some money. But she's no interest in trading on stream. I said, I'm going to teach you how to trade and teach you how to start a Discord and go make me some money. Just jokingly. Indirect investment. Yeah. I've been listening for a while and you've always been bullish since been listening. Can you go over your short entries and why? Yeah. So yesterday and today are actual 2 days I did short. So a couple of things that I look for that tell me the market is sort of unstable, right? I get signs. And it's kind of a longer story, but you have to kind of follow me on a daily basis to hear kind of all the motivations as they play out. Going back in time, we had some market scares. I have these 3 indicators I look at called greater market. And greater market indicators are going to be indicators that tell me the greater state of bullishness or bearishness in the market. In general, the way that you look at it is very simple. If this ratio is greater than half, the market is bullish. The stocks are bullish. This is the stock ratio. All the stocks are good. Stocks are in bull zones, and that's good. The next thing is if the S&P is above this orange line, which is called monthly hedge pressure. That means the S&P is bullish on the month scale. So today, we're still bullish on the monthly scale. So with both of those being bullish, the market is bullish. Another thing is we have a 3-month outlook. You can look 3 months into the future at the options landscape and see if the landscape ever does become bearish. And as of right now, being in this dark gray over the next 3 months, the landscape is still bullish from here. It's nothing bearish yet. So when all 3 of those indicators are bullish, then we're bullish. And that's it. When any one of those 3 indicators are bullish, I'm also bullish as well. Now, this day, and I believe this day, were 2 days where all 3 were bearish. They were bear warning signs. And it's rare that you get those, even in downturns in the market. On the way up, you don't normally see that. So all 3 of these were bearish signs in the market, cautionary signs. When I had this, when I first started trying to tackle the market and buying puts there, when we had this, I bought puts there. And so anytime we get the bear warning signs, I start to assume the market can sell off, even though I'm not super bearish yet. That's why instead of being very bearish on the market, I just hedge the long side. I'm still trying to long as much as I can with puts underneath me in case it fails. But now I'm starting to take short trades in the middle of this, doubling down on the sell-off sort of pressure, because the idea is at the end of this day, I said rip bull market on Twitter, and it has not advanced past that pretty much at all. This was the pretty much top of the market. because of the volatility that we have, when I have my magic number on VIX, it's called contango midpoint. It's the best lesson you can have on identifying a bear market or bearish potential, is that when VIX is above a magic number I'll give you once a month, it's 1692 this month, and VVIX is above 100, the market is unusually sensitive to anything, including news. And so the market is going to undershoot and overshoot really rapidly. So I'm going to exploit that fact and not chase directional things, and know that there's a rule of thumb that I teach is anytime VIX is above this contango midpoint, you tell yourself, whatever I want, I'm going to get. Like literally, you say, whatever I want, I'm going to get. What does that even mean? Whatever I want, I'm going to get. It means that the market is so volatile that it's going to pass through anything that's on your chart. Whatever level you want, it's probably going to go there. So anticipate it. Say like, I want it to go to this place. I think it's going to dip. Well, it's volatile. Volatility means the market is likely to move in a big direction one way or the other. And so therefore, it's very likely that whatever pivot you're waiting for, you're probably going to get. Literally, tell yourself that whatever I want, I'm going to get. So because of that, anytime the market moves one way or the other really fast, I don't trust it as directional because it is volatile. Volatile markets, I know a lot of times just recover some of their initial volatility. So an example is at the end of the day, the market was just moving because of volatility and that selling pressure. And then we sort of just inched higher and inched higher and inched higher. And then on Google News, the NASDAQ went up 100 points. That's not a believable thing for the NASDAQ. That's one company. So because of that being unusually high and volatile, at the open, I just shorted some of that back down. This is not a believable move for 100 companies. It's just one company. So because of that, I took an opening short just in disbelief of a move, but because I had the justification to do it. Not because I just feel like I need to do it, but because the volatility is present. Anytime VIX is above here, the market's going to overreact to news. And this was an overreaction to news. Therefore, I played off of that. And the opening short today was simply because of the same situation. The market was going to be volatile. The opening volatility chop that I had told me that we were going to have a widening range throughout the day. When VVIX is above 100, you usually get like this curvature, like megaphone pattern that allows the market to span a wider range throughout the day before it finds liquidity. Right now, it's seeking liquidity. So I shorted at the open on S&P on the same pretense. It was more of a feeling. It wasn't a strong possibility. It was actually the least probable move. But I did short to fill the gap. And hopefully when we got there, I'd get the sign on this indicator that it would. The indicator didn't give me the signal, so I bailed right here at half gap and took profit. So a lot of my short setups require a bear market. And it's rare that I'm going to be taking short setups in volatile markets because it's not a high probability trade. But the fact is, if markets are volatile, wherever you want it to go, it's going to go there. I'm allowing myself to trade the volatility and playing small in a couple accounts at a piece. I'm never going to short 10 or 20 accounts at once, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Great question. Great question. All right. So VIX is the same. So VIX itself is not an indicator. This is a good question. You said, is VIX a leading indicator? The VIX itself, not a good indicator of anything, but where the VIX is relative to certain things that you have to learn that go beyond the VIX is important. VIX futures are telling you a bigger story than just VIX alone. VIX futures have the same mechanics as any futures contract, contango and backwardation being one of them. VIX has the previous month's contract, August, and the September contract rolled over on this day. The September contract is priced slightly higher than August. That discrepancy is something you can exploit. Anytime VIX in general is above that halfway point that I drew around rollover date, the market is unusually sensitive to news. Any news will spark a sell-off. It doesn't matter. The market's just lacking that liquidity. And so any news sparked a sell-off, and you can know that with one simple indicator. This is literally like straight from our boot camp. But anytime VIX is above here, it's like a hair trigger that the market can explode in either direction, right? So you're correct. VIX tends to move opposite to the index moment for moment. And in the moment, VIX itself is not really an indicator of anything. I would agree with what you're saying there. But VIX relative to this position tells me that story. We're going to be unusually volatile when it comes to events and news. Another thing is that when VVIX is above 100, then the volatility can sort of itself become volatile, which means the VIX can move faster and faster on its own, which means the index can start to curve as it's moving. VVIX above 100 is a fancy way for a mathematician to tell you that you're going to start seeing curvature in the movement. It's not just going to be a nice, like, gentle lowering of the price. It's going to like lower faster and faster and faster. And you're going to see evidence of that curvature as I'm drawing it on the screen. Does everybody, verse really quick, see that curvature, baby? You'll see that. Wait, Battlefield 6 is having another beta today? I thought it didn't launch until October. Diva Deep, if you're trolling me and I get excited about BF6, I'm going to be mad at you. Anyone Apex Legends? I know, Diva, if you're getting my hopes up today, BF6 is having another beta, I'll be mad. Oh, he's going to get banned. I'm just kidding. I love Diva. He's my boy. All right. So ideally, when markets are going to be, when I know it's in that state, I don't trust a lot of what I'm seeing. That's why I don't chase longs and chase shorts. I let the market span the volatile range and then I take action on it. So an example is a lot of people today might have tried to chase a short here and got squeezed and chase a long here and got squeezed. Instead, I'm playing the range. My volatile range today is literally from this red line to that red line. I've got the whole range. And I actually thought about taking a short from there. And I just decided not to for no reason other than I just wanted to wait and see what was going to happen, just to wait it out. Would have been a good short, though. Today, I'm going to take a long from here and a long from there if we do get it. So that's my play for today. Currently, with this white line less than 0, we're likely to be filling the gap in a second, which means that A+ setups are going to be pretty much on point to work. So I'm excited to see the market dip a little heavier, and hopefully we'll get something good out of that. Now, earlier, we bounced on half gap when res was greater than 0. Now res is above 0, and looks like gap fill is pretty possible. Let me double check NASDAQ. This might be a good short op from somewhere in here, especially with res dying out. I don't normally try to take this trend trade, but just to demonstrate something, let's have some fun with some micros for gap fill potential. And I'll try to do something with that. All right. I'll get something going on here. All right. I don't hate it. Something small, something fun, 5 micros. White line tells us we're going to fill the gap. And so I did grab it on NASDAQ, even though S&P is kind of like the leading trade today. I do kind of like what I'm seeing, though. I don't know about you guys. But throw some micros at it and see what sticks. You see the curve? All right. Is redistribution zone stronger than bull zone bottom? It is technically not. The open and close is strong volume per day, but the zones are strong volume over time. That volume is stretched out over multiple strikes and expirations. Sorry, multiple expirations per strike. Throughout the day, the desire to bounce on bull zone is stronger than the desire to break it to fill the gap. That's your question. Yeah. So I've noticed historically that that the, like, if this is pointing up and the other's pointing down, that the market, if it wants to do this to fill the gap because that's negative, and then it wants to bounce there because that's positive, that's usually the winner. Yeah. Yep. Good question. So somebody said Apex. Yeah, so I play Apex a lot. So if you guys ever want to jam, hit me up in Discord. I'll give you my Steam ID. We were jamming on Apex Legends this weekend, actually, me and some peeps. A lot of us are pretty good. So if you guys want to play, we'll hop in and crush it. Let's see if I get my micro start playing out. Go, micros, go. So today, I'd like to see with the S&P resilience being negative, the goal is, can we fill the gap? I'm just doing this as an example trade. I'm sorry, NASDAQ. Just an example trade. Not the best trade. again, be set up just to do something to demonstrate some risk management. We'll play on that. The idea is if this indicator stays less than 0, if it develops above 0, I'll just close out. But less than 0, this at least should go and try to fill the gap. I would love to get a long trade from there today. This is like my ideal setup for the day. The question is, we are getting some challenges to that here. And is the market looking to sell off? We shall see. All right. Get prepped and ready to go for some more setups. Okay. Do I play ranked on Apex? Yeah, I do. I play ranked. Back whenever Apex first came out, I was diamond ranked. So these days I haven't played enough with the team to like really climb the leaderboards. I'll solo queue to platinum and I don't play enough to really grind it out. So I usually make it to platinum and then season ends. I don't play as much anymore. I get the platinum in a weekend for sure. You're also diamond? Hell yeah. I used to play Titanfall all the time. So I was a huge Titanfall. I was pro Titanfall. So I was diamond 5. I was one of the top players in the world. Titanfall 1. I'm such a boomer, I know. When Apex came out, I loved it. But Apex pubs bad for your health. It is. It's toxic. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I do like Battlefield. I love Battlefield 6 beta was really cool. So I'm excited about the new game to come out. Oh yeah. So if you guys do play any games, y'all hit me up in Discord. We'll do some community stuff. Maybe we'll do some like MyFundedTV game nights or something. I'll jam with you guys. Count me in. Who plays COD? I play a little bit of COD too. I played Black Ops 6 and a little tiny bit. Did I watch Formula 1? I have not seen it yet. We were talking about renting it the other day though. Looks like the little dip we had in res is not it's not staying where it needs to be. This is developing above 0, which I don't want to see. Not good for a short setup, but we'll see if this dives back down, which would be nice. The actual strength of the pivot is dependent on this white level. So the example is each time we touch this open pivot, the question is it going to bounce or not? Is usually dependent on how strong it is. And the strength indicator is below. The first time we touched it, it was here. The second time we touched it, it was practically there. The third time we touched it, it was a little bit lower. And then this time we're touching it, it's definitely a lot lower. So the idea is as the pivot is sort of becoming weaker and weaker, there's fewer stocks rallying from here. It lets me have less and less faith in this pivot. This was a 21. This was a 18, 20. This is about a 10 or 20. And then this is about a 9. So the idea is if we didn't break out and rally with more stocks gapping and going, it's going to be less likely for us to break out and rally with fewer stocks gapping and going. And this is sort of the lineup I do to take that guess that it's time to put in maybe a short. And again, it's not that strong of a short, so just 5 micros, right? It's not even a big trade. So not really putting too much stock into it. So That's it. Yeah. Who here was in a trade this morning, though? I want to know what you guys did. Very interested to kind of you just faded Matt. It's a winning trade when you fade Matt. Trust me. Do I watch Bookmap? I don't use Bookmap now. So when you guys, what trades did y'all do today? I'm going to poll the community and see out of all the traders today how you guys did. Did you bank? Did you sit out? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you kill it? Did you crush it? You longed NQ twice, sold the dip. Got a little lunch break. All right, little mix of everything got destroyed. Oh no, that's no good. Sorry to hear that. Lost 15 grand. Ooh. That's painful. In your live account. Yeah. Which side of the trade were you on? Blue evals. A lot of people did bad today. Isn't that crazy? Choppy, volatile market is very, 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 very tricky. It can be. So don't feel bad. Trust me. The down, the up, that was tricky for everybody. It happens. You ate toast? That's probably wise. All right, let's see how my micros are playing out. Trade is not, again, small, tiny trade just to do anything. I was hoping that this would be less than zero. And the minute I got in right here at the gap, it is slightly above zero, but it's less strong than it was last time. So what I tell myself is that if it's weakening, that the high is not going to get higher. And therefore, because we're not getting the strength, there's less market cap moving, it's going to become less high. So I tell myself that's the high. That's where my stop is. We wouldn't break through and go higher with fewer stocks gapping and going. That's what's telling me the market cap that's gapping and going. So because of that, I tell myself this is the high. And if we break through the high, then I'll just get out of the way because something unusual is happening. So now I can plan out a trade. The risk to reward is pretty simple on this. This is 40 points on NASDAQ. And then on the downside move, this is all the way down at least half gap at minimum, best fill gap. So that's why I decided to play this side of this and jump it on the short just for funsies, and we'll see if we get anything good out of it. So sometimes when I'm shorting, I craft it like this because I'm trying to justify why it would sell off, and markets don't usually want to sell off. The market's volatile enough that it can, and the idea that the market does have limits up here that I'm very comfortable taking it. And because I'm shorting against the herd. I don't have any short setups that are good, A plus nothing. This is like barely better than a coin flip. It's micros, right? Keep it small. Yep. Market seems to be extended, running out of steam. You're seeing a lot of migration into treasuries and other things these days as the market is hitting a slow spot. I wouldn't call a bear market just yet, but I would say the market is hitting a slow spot and advancing. People are sort of not just throwing all their money into all stocks all the time every day. Right now, people are moving money into places and sort of positioning for the longer haul. You know, the bond auctions are showing that yields are going down, right? And yields are going down because people are starting to rotate into fixed income these days because the promised inflation being temporary is making fixed income like a diversifying bet. So a lot of money is leaving stocks and sort of diversifying into those safer assets. And you're not getting that big brute force bullish market like we've been seeing. You're seeing nobody really selling everything. They're selling some things and moving to others. So the market's just wobbling a little bit right now. Not bearish yet, but cautionary. And people are sort of like, okay, this is the slow spot. What are we going to do? Are we going to have a sell-off month or two before the market continues to rally? Nobody's planning for it yet, but you're starting to see evidence in volatility and those like two bear scares that we had. And then yesterday is a third where the market is sensitive here. And we're going to take note of that sensitivity and not jump in and try to be like, okay, I'm going to miss out on the generational long. Let me jump in and trade. But the one thing I hate about trying to take a short in the market ever is that it's so sensitive to news when it's volatile that any news event can come out of nowhere. Like in the next 5 seconds, Trump could fart one direction. The market goes 1,000 points in one way. That's one thing that can happen when you're in a volatile trade, and shorting is the worst to have that happen to. If you're bullish and the market dips on shit news, it usually dips and bounces because it was liquid enough. If you're volatile, however, that's not liquid enough, usually a volatile squeeze just goes up and stays up and you're kind of screwed. You don't usually get that bounce back down. The downside, you usually get the bounce back up. So chilling in a long trade, waiting all day for it to take off is usually a safer bet than chilling in a short trade all day, waiting for it to take off. You get screwed on the short side much more than you get screwed on the long side. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. Oh, yes, ma'am. I got you, Crystal. You're absolutely right, though. By sensing that the market is sort of like stagnant, 100%. You're absolutely correct. I feel it too, right? It doesn't feel like it's gonna die or sell off, but the market is sort of questioning itself right now. You need to be very careful getting caught up in volatile waves. Now, again, I'm watching this resilience very closely. I don't fully expect the market to break through this 460 high. I think inside of here, I'd like to see us sort of move a little bit lower. As you see, you're getting a little bit lower and lower lows here. That curvature can fully realize as the VIX continues to move, that we can pop and then drop again. I don't expect the market to rally just yet unless we get some more stock power. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's not a good short, though. Trust me, this is a terrible idea. But it's defined with risk and reward right there. So that's why I got micros. Nothing crazy. All day long, baby. Okay. Since news trading is allowed on scale, specific answer to the question is if you limit above and below CPI on scale, funded will payout be denied. I don't know the answer to that specifically, the news trading thing. Maybe the mods might know the answer to that. Or anybody here in chat? Is news trading allowed on the core account? I can look it up for you guys, but you guys go to the FAQ and look it up yourself. I get a little like, I get a little confused because there's so many numbers to remember. It is allowed? Okay. Is it allowed on funded side and eval side together or just one or the other? Okay. So now with my 5 micros, market has taken like one more jump higher. What I can do on this is I can actually go in and add a little bit more to the position. Just to kind of add to it there. Just playing with micros, nothing crazy. And we'll see. That's like right on the edge, kind of where I want it to be. We'll see. With my resilience number not getting higher than the last one, this is right where my stop would be. And the goal is that the market is going to support down in here. I don't feel like it's going to be a big rally from here. I think that this is probably a fake out. And that we're likely to sustain movement down into here to close. And I guess I just feel it. I added some more micros to the position there. And we'll see what turns out. All right, let's see if my suspicion was right today. Now, we are getting a bump on res, which I don't like to see. I don't want to see this white line go bigger, and now it just did. So this might actually be a squeeze out. We'll see. Why using S&P res? Because they're going to go tick for tick, and I'm looking at the worst of the two. I'm looking at both of them, but I'm looking at the worst of the two. The S&P is really what matters when you're looking to see if the market's going to sell off. Nasdaq doesn't sell off and die if the S&P is rallying. So what I really care to see is if the S&P is going to die. While I am trading Nasdaq, I do want to look at the worst case of the two, especially the S&P, being that if the market's going to fall apart, this is what I'm looking for. Nasdaq, while I am making a trade here, the S&P is really what I'm caring about. In the same light, I want to see what's going to happen there. But it's a great question. I usually always am consulting the S&P even when I'm trading the Nasdaq. Not a terrible idea. Yeah. But I'm not super like I'm not really bearish this market though. Just playing the volatility. And while the market is trying to move here, I feel like this is going to attract a lot of bulls, and we're seeing that volatility is still there. I was watching this, and this scare right here is what told me that the market could drop down and fill the gap. So my bet today is that we end up down in here, and then I get to play off of that at some point by tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, but it's not the best bet, so I'm keeping it small. That's the goal here today. Keep that stuff small, baby. And I still have, you know, plenty of accounts to play with, just to throw some micros at one here. My tick chart ready to go. All right. That's it. Oh, they dropped the link in chat. It was so sneaky. I didn't even see it. Matt is short. Yeah, hell's frozen over, right? Yesterday and today, man, that's all I've been doing was shorting. It's as a rare sight. I know. And it's not a good short today, too. I don't really. My faith in this is that I'm trading against the herd, and I don't think it's a good trade. I wouldn't put too much faith in it. The signal is actually starting to go against me now, so it might actually be a loss. I do micros at it just to keep it tiny, so not even that big of a deal. Just to demonstrate a trade. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong small. Not a big deal. I wanted to see this stay below 0, and it jumped up above 0 where my mouse is. And that's kind of not the best sign. And this being back to where it started, that's probably a loss on a squeeze for me. So we shall see. We shall see what plays out. Ideally, I'd love to get a long down here liquidity pockets, though, and that would be really nice. This was very unusual sort of trading day for a lot of people, I bet. My idea here is that the S&P is, could it gap and go? Yes. All evidence is actually showing where we are currently now as a support. So ideally, you know, I'm probably wrong on the trade. Now the indicator is going against me, so I'm probably wrong on the trade. But I can just close it small. I kept it micros, just don't even really care too much about the position. But playing the gap fill in that this isn't advancing any further, so that this would actually be seen as a peak on the S&P. I did proxy trade at NASDAQ because I think NASDAQ is the one that's overshot. So NASDAQ's the one that'll have the most volatility, but we'll see what turns out. And we're not getting much pressure here to the downside at all. Yeah, like I said, it's very rare that I'll be shorting. And the indicators are not that great. But I do feel the volatility is there, that it's possible. But not anymore. It's starting to go against me. So with that being said, I can always just trim out. But I did keep it micros, just keep it small. Always interesting to see how live traders lose when taking live trades and show profits when off screen. What do you mean? If you were on my stream, you would have seen profits on screen too today. Usually heard that. If you were here Friday, I lost like 10 something K on Friday. You'll see everything on my stream. I show it all. I show so much on my stream, you should see. I should start an OnlyFans. I reveal all, baby. Trust me. I reveal it all. And I have costumes. But we'll see. We'll see how this one plays out today. Feet picture didn't happen. I'll give you feet videos. That's the real deal. But yeah, if you guys are watching me trade, I promise you that you're going to see wins, losses. I share everything. I announce every trade that I'm in. I say, hey guys, I'm in a trade. I'm in a short. I justify it. I just told you guys all my motivations why I'm doing it. Dom's on the screen. Any point in time, as soon as I close on my trades, I'll update the P&L. Like right now, I think this trade's not a good trade. I think it's going to go against me. But why'd I short? You missed why? Rewind 10 minutes, man. Top spender in Matt's OnlyFans. All right. Oh, you're Rocket Baby 1? Oh, no way. That's awesome. I send videos of me opening Coke cans with my feet. It's my side hustle, I guess, right? Y'all are funny. Good traders are right maybe 60% of the time, just the winners that make more than losers. Or mostly, yes. Or a trader has a sophisticated edge and their winners and losers are the same size. They just win more than they lose. That's another type of trader, which is the rarer case, which is actually me. I have an edge that actually my win rate's about 75% for this year. And all my trades are roughly the same size. I just win more than I lose, which means I can grow that way. So my P&L is more of like base hits, like tons of base hits rather than big home runs. But the rare trader that can actually do that is somebody that has just some kind of edge, physical edge. Most edge is experienced in risk management, where traders are just managing positions while they have an edge over their management. Very few people have like an actual edge in market that's something that's exploitable. That's the rarer type of edge. And if you can do that, then you just make sure you keep your wins and losses the same size, and you just try to win more than you lose. And you're correct on both of those, yeah. Picking the direction of the market, I'm probably right half the time. I can't pick direction. Market save my life. I think the market's so random. I can't pick, is it going up or down today? I never effing know. But I respond pretty well. Do I take personalized video donations? You'll pay me with trades. You'll pay to take trades with my feet. Well, you ever heard of fat finger trading? Well, that's fat toe trading. You ever see people do that? Oh, he fat toed his trade. Yeah, yeah. That's too funny. Yeah, it's about managing probabilities. You guys nailed it. Yeah, it's all about how you react. Like I couldn't predict the direction of the market if you paid me to. I can't tell if the market's. It doesn't matter if you're Warren Buffett or Jimmy Buffett. You can't tell if the market's going to go up ways, down ways, sideways, in circles. It's fairy dust, man. It's fugazi. It's fugazi. It's a woozy. It's a wazi. But edge can either exist in your management style by cutting losers short well, letting runners ride well, or by a physical thing you can exploit. Like I have this thing that I do. You might say, I have a thing I do that works 80% of the time, and then you do it every time, then you win 80% of them over infinite trades that you do, and then your edge comes from that. And if you keep your wins and losses the same size, then you're riding on the higher win rate. It's harder to rely on a higher win rate to also trade bigger and randomly, because even the smaller losses or the less frequent losses could still be big enough to blow you up if they're bigger and smaller like this. So once you develop like an actual statistical edge in the market where you do something that works more often than it doesn't, you have one trade setup that works almost every time. Pretend you have something like that. Your goal won't necessarily be to let your winners ride and cut your losers short, because there's still a variability there as to how long to let it ride and how far to let it short. Your goal is to be in and out of the market as quick as possible, especially when you have an edge. You want consistency rather than growth. And consistency means if you just lose 1,000 and make 1,000, whatever you choose to do, whatever your base hit size is, you just ride those base hits. Your risk is very small because you're out of the market most of the time. You're never really susceptible to those big Trump tweets or whatever. And that's what you'll aim to do once you become consistent with some kind of edge in the trading itself, not just the risk management. So the way I manage any statistical edge is keep my position size regimented exactly the way it needs to be. I know this is a terrible trade, so I'm in 1 E-mini, total 10 micros, right? I'm not in there like trying to do anything different outside the box. Scale my risk according to position, keep the wins and losses about the same size. Because it's volatile, I know I can get squeezed twice the distance right now, so I'm not even trading 2 minis. I traded micros, I added some more micros, and then I've got a moderately sized position. Right? That's so funny, Jan. Matt, do prop firms look at their data, for instance, to see how many people blow accounts with PA like this? And MFFU ever publishes data? I don't think they publish data about member pass fail rates. It's proprietary data. I mean, it's a prop firm. They're looking for winning traders. It's not their job to, publish that data to you guys. Anytime there's a prop firm, their goal is to try to find a winning trader, right? They're looking for people that win. So I'm sure they analyze the data for whatever reason. They do analyze that data, but I wouldn't think that I would expect it to be delivered to you by any means. Hey, there goes my micros. Now, again, I'm not super confident in this. I don't want to be a wuss if I close it out. I was hoping for better signal here, but it is what it is. You passed your eval? Market puked. My 10 micros doing the work, baby. Doing the Lord's work. Let's go with the $258. That's the account that has 650. The one on the screen here. I just do some micros on it. Somebody said some prop firms are looking for good traders. Most are marketing to the masses of unexperienced traders. Welcome to Wall Street, dude. I mean, brokers, same thing. I mean, anybody that's Webull, Robinhood, and all these companies, and they're literally marketing to children and to kids in college to, hey, get trading school. Here's a trading app. Every broker out there has been marketing to inexperienced traders since the dawn of time. I wouldn't act like you've discovered something like you're Sherlock Holmes. This is the way of Wall Street. Everyone, it's a retail trader, is absolutely inexperienced. So the goal is to educate them, which is why they created MyFundedTV and have guys like me here, pros in the industry that can help lead you guys at least to some kind of education. But in general, right, everybody's been marketing to newbies and not really trying to help them get better. What I love about MyFunded is they've gone out of their way to try to create at least some kind of educational outlet, the best they can. Get some really bang up, teachers out there that they've hooked onto the show, and we can at least give you guys something. Yeah, like Robinhood is like, when you first got Robinhood, it's like achievements and like gamer score. It feels like it's Xbox Live. Like, ding, 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 you made your first trade. Here's 500 gamer points. Here's a badge. Oh, I'm not going to name another prop firm out there. They give out jackets with patches on them and, stuff like that. I mean, people gamifying that, they make it fun, but yeah. But in general, I think, MyFundedFutures is one of the few firms that I believe cares. This is why I came over here, Oops, it's that time of day again. They really do care a lot. They're always talking to me about, ways to improve. They're always like, give us some feedback, give us feedback. How can we make things better? How can we make things better? They're never like, hey, Matt, let's figure out how we can squeeze traders and take more of their money. They're always like, how can we make the experience better, more fun? How can we train traders more? They're like, how can we make your educational segment even more educational? I've never had a prop firm approach me like that and say, how do we make it better for our traders? It's crazy. And I have meetings with them. We come up with ideas together and brainstorm ideas together. How do we make it more educational? How do we teach people better? I mean, it's very cool how much they do got y'all's back. I believe, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there that, it's Dr. Evil running these companies. Like, let's mathematically, take people's money. No, they're very much looking for good traders. I've never really felt a prop firm actually doing that, which is kind of cool. So that's a little behind the scenes info. They're always, how do we teach people better stuff? How do we get them better access, more tools, more things? Really looking to invest in you guys. So it's a good firm, very good firm. Yes, sir. Somebody said a setup is to look for good traders, and yeah. I mean, it's a very profitable venture if you can isolate and find a real trader and then back them with money. It's I think that's very cool. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if my micros little workhorse here puts in some profit on the table. Looks like I'm up $200 on this one account. I didn't put a lot into it, just chilling on it. And if we do fill the gap, which it looks like it's possible, I might be in a good spot. So you guys can come over to my stream and see what happens. We'll play out the rest of the day. So I'm impossible. Invest in me. Source. Trust me, bro. All right, Jan. Send me your Venmo, bro. I'll send you every penny I got. I got you back. All right. Speaking of that, I'm out of here. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Like I said, I promise you guys a lesson every day, risk management lesson, trading lesson, psychology lesson, something. You guys come here every day. I'll teach you something substantial. My name's Matt. I'm the CEO of the Rock Cedar Company. I have a platform. I live trade on YouTube. So I'll be there in just a second. You guys are welcome to come join me and finish out the trading day. I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting trading day with all the movement we're getting. And I'll be over there and chilling with the rest of the crew here. Thank you, chat. As usual, thank you, mods. Thank you, MyFundedTV. Thanks for the giveaways. As always, crushing it in chat. It's been a big day today. Hopefully, it can turn this into another 10K day or something. I'm taking it very slow, but we just lost resilience. The market's going to get exciting. So come over to my stream and post a link in chat. We'll see y'all later. I'm out. And see y'all tomorrow, same time. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.